All right. Today is October 30th, 2021, and I want to welcome everybody to the Project JFK CSI Dallas, the Journey meeting. We have been gone away from things for the last about 2 months. Had a lot of stuff going on, and we have not been able to meet, but we are meeting today. And then I want to also let people know that we've got some announcements of a couple of future dates that's already on the calendar. So let's go ahead and let's see here. Let's go and do a quick screen share. We're going to pull up the Project JFK website, and then let's talk about the dates that I'm speaking of. So give me just a quick sec. Okay, I do want to throw a quick shout out to several people that's on our list. You can go and see on projectjfk.com that has been donating to the cause. Of course, when you donate any amount at all, of course, your name gets put up on the wall of people that have donated. That helps us keep the lights on, keep things running. We also use the donations for different things that we do for the JFK community, research community, and also for doing different things such as scanning documents, running the website, paying for things. So again, everybody that's on our list, thank you very much. And also anybody that wants to join our list, please click on projectjfk.com, scroll down on the homepage and hit that donate button. Let's talk about the events that are coming up for the next 2 weeks. We have, of course, this week, the Journey meeting. And on Saturday, November the 6th, this is going to be an evening spotlight series with Larry Rivera. Larry's going to be with us 7 to 10 o'clock Central Standard Time, and that is going to be in November the 6th. So that's actually next weekend. And then he's going to be speaking about the backyard photographs, Beverly Brunson. He's going to be talking about the Blender program and also Mexico City, along with Wynn Scott. He's got some information on that he wants to share. So we're going to have him again Saturday, November 6th from 7 to 10 p.m. Central Standard or Central Daylight Time in the evening. The weekend after that, which is November the 13th, you will see the event tab change again later today with more details. We were going to do a 2-day conference before everybody else has their conference down in Dallas, such as JFK Lancer, Kappa, and also Judith Baker. We are going a little bit of a different direction. It's going to be the 2021 one-day stimulus conference. Stimulus meaning it's free to come to. There is no cost. Of course, we do ask for donations. If you'd like to donate, if you don't want to, that's okay. Still join us. There will be a list popping up in your email. Also on the event tab, I know Bruce Tatoris is going to speak. We're going to get hopefully some information from Larry that day. And I know Brooks LaPlante wants to speak that day also. Maybe J. Gary Shaw might join us. But anyway, you'll have that information. Again, it'll be November the 13th. We're going to probably start about 9 o'clock in the morning, and we're going to go until we just don't have anybody else to that, wants to speak. Of course, give, presentations as well. So again, next weekend, spotlight series, November the 13th will be 9 o'clock until we, run out of things to talk about. That will be November 13th of 2021. So please sign up. Please sign up on the event tab. Click the Eventbrite link for the appropriate one that you want to join, or join both. More the merrier. So we'll have that on our Zoom meetings. I'm going to go ahead and take a drink and turn it over to Larry Snaff. He's going to be speaking about something that is current events. It's about the JFK records release. And with that, Larry, go ahead and take it away before I start getting too dry throated.
Okay, David, can you give me the share function? I want to post a couple of documents.
Yeah, you should be able to see the share screen.
Okay.
Yeah, it's available.
Okay. Can you all see the JFK Records Act? David, can you see that? Okay, all right. So I want to start off, as no doubt, I assume everyone knows that on October 22nd, 2 Fridays ago, the President Biden issued a memorandum that he was required to issue under the memorandum that President Trump had issued in April of 2018. In April 2018, President Trump had certified a temporary postponement of the release of the records, the JFK assassination records, that originally had been supposed to be disclosed on October 26th, 2017. He first had done a 6-month postponement, and then he did a 3.5-year postponement in April of 2018. So President Biden issued his memorandum on October 22nd, and essentially, once again, certified a temporary postponement. The first date, there's 2 dates that are relevant to this postponement, and I'm going to go over the memo with you in a minute. By December 22nd of this year, any records that the agencies do not object to having be released will be released. We don't know how broad that is going to be. And then December 15th of 2022 would be the next target date for releasing records that are currently where the agencies objected to releasing those records. As you know, a group of lawyers that I had helped organize have been working on this issue for almost a year now. And we had sent a letter to the president in September requesting a full disclosure and providing our analysis of the JFK Records Act and his obligations thereunder. Our interpretation was significantly different than that of a memo that was provided President Trump in October of 2017, when he made his initial temporary postponement. Now, I have an excerpt here from the JFK Records Act. This is Section 5, and this is subsection G, or paragraph G of Section 5. This is one of the 2 key sections that govern the release of the records. And you'll see paragraph 1 says all postponed or redacted records are to be reviewed periodically. In fact, that did not happen after the ARB went out of business. We had very little record review going on from 1998 until 2015. Typically of the government, they only respond when there's an imminent deadline. And then in paragraph 2A, it says all postponed records that are, all records that are to be postponed, I have to have an unclassified written description of the reason. We never got that on a document by document basis. Both President Trump and President Biden made a broad certification for continued postponement. And if you see in 2AD, that's the yellow highlighted down here, it says each assassination record. Now that's our interpretation that this means that each assassination record requires an unclassified written description explaining A, what the identifiable harm is, and B, how that identifiable harm outweighs the public interest. All we've gotten so far from both presidents is that there is this generic identifiable harm to the military, defense, intelligence operations, law enforcement, and conduct of federal relations. That's all they said. They haven't explained what that identifiable harm is. They haven't identified it for each document, and they haven't explained how it outweighs the public interest. Now, there's a second section, grounds for postponement, for continued postponement. And notice that it has to be based on clear and convincing evidence. We have not only got no clear and convincing evidence, we've received no evidence. All we have is an assertion from both presidents that the disclosure of these records are going to present a unidentified identifiable harm. Now, here's the grounds that they would have to show that, and I have this, obviously, the key terms in red. So there has to be a threat to the military defense, intelligence operations, foreign relations, which outweighs the public interest. There may be a current intelligence agent that requires their identity to continue to be protected. There could be a source or method that is currently being used or reasonably expected to be used. And any other matter, this is the generic catch-all phrase, that would demonstrably impair the national security. Again, we have had no demonstration of how this would impair. There's another provision here for public disclosure that would reveal the name or identity of a living person who provided confidential information. We suspect that some of the documents are being withheld because of this number 2 here, that there may be people that perhaps worked in the Mexican embassy that may have been confidential sources for us, and perhaps they're still alive. But, we don't, just speculation that there may be some legitimate reasons, at least on the surface, for why there is a concern. But of course, they haven't done the next step and explained. So for example, here, they have to not only show that this is a substantial risk to that person, but also that they have to go back and show how this outweighs the public interest. So, and there's some more conditions here, unwarranted invasion of private property. There may be a continuing understanding of confidentiality between either an individual or foreign government. Again, is there a continuing understanding with the Mexican government? We don't know. And of course, the last one would be protective procedures that would be revealed about protecting individuals. So let me stop. I'm going to stop sharing that. So those are the statutory basis for under the law. And as I said, we have received no explanations, and I'm now going to come up, share the actual order. This is the order that appeared on the White House website. I used that one instead of the one that it appeared in the Federal Register. I have to change the way this you guys are appearing here so that I can do this. Okay, because I can't highlight documents that are. Why can't I move this? Oh, there we go. Okay. I wanted to highlight some of the language, and you can't do that on a Federal Register document. So I highlighted the excuse. So here you see that the section 1 is just simply restating what the law is. And there's nothing really controversial here, except they do use a different terminology that does not appear in the statute. So it says, it is therefore critical to ensure the United States government maximizes transparency, disclosing all information and records concerning assassination, except where the strongest possible reasons counsel otherwise. That is not a statutory provision. Then in section 2, the president says that he's explaining that the agencies have been in. Someone is talking, muted. The president, the executive departments have been interacting with the National Archives, and now once again they're saying that the archivist, the reason that they postponed the release was because of a recommendation of the archivist. And I put this in red because it doesn't pass the red face test. The Archives of the United States has reported that unfortunately the pandemic has had a significant impact in the agencies and NARA, and that NARA requires additional time to engage with the agencies and to conduct research into a larger collection. And he goes on to explain that these decisions cannot be made in haste. So this is after 25 years of a 25-year deadline, a 6-month extension, a 3.5-year extension, and now they're saying that they can't make a decision on releases in haste. So this clearly simply does not get past the red face test. This is an embarrassment. And here's the operative term. The archivist therefore recommends the president temporarily certify continued withholding of all the information. So he's not talking about records. He's talking about information within the records. Certified in 2018, in other words, that was certified by Trump, and direct 2 public releases of the information, one temporary and one more comprehensive. So the temporary certification, this is the one that, so here's his actual official interpretation, that temporary continued postponement is necessary to protect against identifiable harm, unidentified, to the military, defense, intelligence. This is the statutory language that is of such gravity it outweighs the public interest. So all they're doing is parroting the statutory language without making the required findings that they're required under the statute. And here's the actual finding under that language I was showing you, section 5.2D. And then there's now going to be an interim release on December 15th out of respect for the anniversary of President Kennedy's assassination. It will not occur before December 15th. Again, they could have done it on October 26th, but now they use the excuse of the upcoming anniversary of the president's assassination. So it's going to happen on December 15th. And this is information currently withheld that the agencies have not proposed for continued postponement. We have no idea if they have asked for postponement of all the records, some of the records, or most of the records. Again, we have zero information, which is contrary to the act. Then there's going to be this intensive 1-year review. There are some good things in here, and one of them is, well, later on I'll talk that. I'm sure Joe Back will be happy about. So they're actually expanding the kinds of documents that are going to be reviewed. So the documents designated as not believed relevant will be reviewed. We had gotten the group of lawyers that I work with, we had a back channel to NARA, and in typical bureaucratic workings, they thought this was a big deal. So they're both this and the digital project later on. So here's some additional language. The president's saying that any information that's proposed for continued postponement beyond December 15, 2022 shall be limited to an absolute minimum under the statutory standard. Absolute minimum does not appear in the statute. An agency shall not propose to continue redacting information, not records, information, unless it's necessary to protect against an identifiable harm, statutory language. Again, no requirement here that they do a record by record disclosure to the public. Simply accord substantial weight to the public interest. That's not what the statute says. The statute says that they have to show that there's a strong presumption in favor of public disclosure, not substantial weight. By the way, identifiable harm, when you look at the dictionary definition of identifiable, that means something that's imminent. It doesn't mean something in the future, which is going to be the next section that I'm going to talk about. Give due consideration that some degree of harm is not grounds for continued postponement, okay, unless the degree of harm is of such gravity that outweighs the public interest. For any record containing information that an AG proposes for continued postponement beyond this date, they are required by December 15th to issue an unclassified letter providing written description of the types of information for which the agencies proposed to continue. So this is the first time that it appears that Biden is going to require them to actually make this document by document disclosure on December 15th of 2022. One of the things we asked for, and this I believe complies with one of the requests we made in our letter. Another request that we made, and it looks like they agreed to, was having an unclassified index for each record, the reasons for which the agency is proposing continued postponement, and then proposing a specific date that that an agency is going to propose. If they're going to postpone a record again on this December 15th, they have to then come up with a date that they anticipate that it will no longer be necessary for that document to be postponed, and that they will then allow to be disclosed. So there's so that, you know, that's a little better than what Trump required. Trump just had a blanket postponement with no criteria except parroting the statutory language. At least there's a little more specificity here, and there's some things that we asked for that we got for this 1 year postponement. So now is supposed to then, it looks like the process is going to be over the next year. The agencies have to work with NARA. They have to submit to NARA. Apparently the information, there's a little ambiguity here, because they have to provide an explanation by December 15th, but by September 1st, NARA is going to have to review the information. So I'm suspecting that this is the public date and that this is the private date. So over next summer, the agencies are going to have to be working with NARA, and they have to give NARA their final list by September 1st, 2022. Now note the red highlight here. Anticipated harm. They're not using the statutory language of identifiable harm. Identifiable harm, again, is something that's imminent. This is anticipated harm. It's not only a non-statutory provision, but it's a anticipated means something in the future. So that does not comply with the statute. And for each of the relevant agencies that are still withholding documents, they have this requirement of anticipated harm. And then there's a process which kind of mimics the ARB process, that if NARA doesn't agree on September 1st with these requests for redaction, that they have to then have a consultation period with the agencies. And then by October 1st, if there's still a disagreement, one of two things happen. Either the agencies withdraw their request for redaction, or the decision goes to the president on October 1st. So this essentially, again, it mirrors what happened with ARB, and the FBI did this a lot under the ARB review process. ARB would say this is a record that should be disclosed. The FBI or the CIA said no, and then they appealed to the president. And what happened on the Clinton's term is the response was, you guys work it out. And so with NARA having the clock ticking on them, they generally came up with some compromises, because it was either get no records released or get some records released. And that's why we have 15,000 records still being withheld. And so the president has to make this decision. Now, this is the thing that Joe and other people are going to probably like, and I'll let Joe weigh in as soon as we finish here. They are, and this is something that in our back channel conversations with NARA, they were so excited about this. They thought this was really big, that all the records that are in NARA are going to be digitalized. A plan has to be put into place by this December 15th deadline to digitize the records. In fact, there is NARA has a request for a new position that has to be filled. I guess the deadline for Applying for the position is in 2 days, November 1st. And it's for someone to head this project on the JFK Records Act. And the pay is pretty good. It goes up to about $150,000. Someone shared this with me. I don't know where they got it from. I don't know if it's on the NARA website, but it sure would be good to get someone from our community to apply for that job. There is some exceptions to this digitalization plan, is that they're going to provide additional context for the records that have been withheld under the IRS or Social Security provisions of Section 5. So that's what the order provides for. What I have done, I filed a lawsuit this past Monday against the National Archives. Mark Zaid filed it on my behalf. Mark Zaid and Bill Simpich are my counsel. And what we're asking for is the underlying documents that led to this decision. So for example, correspondence between NARA and the security agencies, correspondence between NARA and the president. Clearly this order, this memo was not written in one day. The process is that someone in the White House is going to draft it up, and any executive memo that's issued by the president, the tradition, a long-standing tradition, is that it then goes to the Department of Justice to make sure it complies with the law. President Trump did that for the 2017 memo, but there is no evidence that that was done for the 2018 memo. In other words, we got this memo in October of 2017 from Curtis Gannon, who was originally in the Solicitor General's office, but he was apparently tasked for this particular assignment. He, by the way, also wrote the memo that supported Trump's, what was, I guess, in the vernacular called the Muslim ban. So Curtis Gannon basically rewrote the statute to justify a 6-month extension. He used terminology that was not in the statute. He took interpretations that we don't believe were complied with both the letter and the spirit of the law. But when President Trump issued his order in 2018, we have found no evidence of a memo. Anyway, we are asking for all the underlying documents because presumably the agencies will be identifying the records that they want to withhold to the archivist. The archivist will then have communication back and forth. They may even have the reasons why they're probably going to mention what ground within Section 5 that they're asserting. So we're asking for all that correspondence. And we're actually we're asking for all the correspondence dating back to 2013. So I filed the lawsuit because my original request was denied. I asked actually for an expedited processing. So they denied that request. And Mark Zaid indicated to me that a denial for expedited processing is the same as being denied. So we then filed a lawsuit. A judge has already been assigned to this. So it's going to be, this will be going on in the fall. We are also going to, based on them. So this is, my lawsuit's about the underlying correspondence that led to the decision. We're hoping to get some information through the Freedom of Information Act to understand more what really happened behind the scenes and to help to build our case for the next lawsuit, which is going to be filed in the Northern District of California. We're actually going to file under the JFK Act and also under the Administrative Procedures Act, that the memo that Biden issued and the President Trump issued failed to comply with the JFK Records Act for the reasons that we have mentioned briefly. And that'll be a lawsuit filed against the CIA, the FBI, the Department of State, Secret Service. Those are the 4 agencies that have the most of the documents that have been withheld, and President Biden. And the reason we're filing it in the Northern District of California is, 1, the District of Columbia courts are very deferential to the security state. And number 2, the Ninth Circuit has been, they've been willing to second guess Trump memos in the past. And so hopefully they'll show that same willingness when the memo does not comply with the law. when it's President Biden. So I believe that Bill Simpich is going to be the plaintiff in that case because we need a California person in order to have standing. I think that's, I know Andrew Iller is on the phone with, is on the call here. Andrew, do you have anything else you want to add about what we, about either the memo and the lawsuit?
No, Larry, I think you've done an excellent job, and I think for everyone on this Zoom call, Larry ought to be really commended. He put together a group of attorneys and over the last year, we've put in probably a whole of doing research and putting together legal pleadings and the legal memo. And Larry has provided a huge amount of leadership, and I think the research community really owes Larry a debt of gratitude for really putting this forward in a serious context and really turning the heat to these records released. So I mean, I personally a huge amount of respect for what Larry and the group has done over the last little while. And one aspect that I can differ a little bit in terms of my interpretation from Larry is with identifiable harm. I do think the way that should be read is that the Act provides details under Section 6 and other provisions that give the various identifiable harms that need to be shown, and they actually need to be real, existing, and current identifiable harms. That, for example, the disclosure of a covert agent, the name of an agent, the identity of an agent, current methods that the CIA or other intelligence agencies are currently using that would be harmed in an identifiable way. So they're really just, Larry says, repeating the words identifiable harm in some kind of generic way that across thousands of documents, tens of thousands of pages of records, and it's inappropriate. I think it flies in the face of what the Act has to say about the intention of the JFK Act. So in the next little bit, we're in the process of perfecting our pleadings to be filed in California. And the difficulty that we've had is the way the law works.
Hey, Andrew, let's not talk about the some of the. This is a recorded document. Let's not talk about some of the hurdles that we're dealing with in case someone gets a copy.
Sure.
Okay.
Well, I wasn't going to disclose any
Okay.
litigation secrets, Larry. There are difficulties, and over the last couple of months, we've made a real headway into clearing some of those obstacles out in the legal sense, and so we're pretty pleased with the progress that we've made. But like I said, the legal group has spent hundreds of hours really researching this and pulling together the information, case law, and precedents that we need to move forward in an effective way. I do strongly suggest that everyone who's on this call read through the legal memo that legal group put together and provided to President Biden. It's a clear and concise review of an analysis of the decisions that were made by President Trump. I'll leave that. I just want to again thank Larry for all the work that he's done and the leadership that he's shown.
Thank you, Andrew. And, the group has worked very hard, and we've met every Friday for 8 months at least. This has been a group effort. But I want to turn now to what you can do. The president has now done his memo. He's not going to do anything else until next year. So we are now, in addition to the lawsuit that we're filing, we now have to redirect our energy towards Congress. We have to get oversight hearings. We need to shed some sunshine. We want to get the archivist, and we want Congress to basically request testimony from the archivist and the security agencies as to why and what is it that they're trying to hide or refusing to disclose, and what is it and what are the grounds in compliance with the JFK Records Act. So if you have a representative, so there's 2 committees in Congress that have continuing jurisdiction over the JFK Records Act. In the House, it's the House Oversight Committee that's chaired by Carolyn Maloney. In the Senate, it is the Homeland Security Committee that is chaired by Gary Peters and Rob Portman. If you have a representative on any of those committees, I would urge you to contact them and ask them to insist that Congress hold an oversight hearing to evaluate why the executive branch is either unable or unwilling to enforce the act or comply with the act. If you don't have a representative on the committee, you can still contact your representative and ask them to contact the Oversight Committee in the House or the Homeland Security Committee in the Senate and ask them to demand that the committee hold oversight hearings into the failure of the executive branch to comply with the JFK Records Act. One of the things that we think needs to be done, this is a long shot, it's real heavy lifting, but we think, given the fact that we've now had 2 presidents, the headline is we've had 2 presidents who've been unable or unwilling to comply with the law. It seems to us that we need to bring back the ARB. The ARB was the agency, they had unique power to overrule the security agencies. And if they overruled them, then the security agencies, their only option was to go up to the president. Right now, NARA has been put in the position of the ARB, but they're just a custodian. They're actually on our side, but they have limited powers. All they can do is receive requests from the agencies, try to negotiate with them, but they have no authority to deny their requests or to overrule them. So I think we only made progress when there was an independent body that had the power to overrule the executive agencies. I think any president is going to be really loathed when they're told that a particular document could jeopardize national security. They're going to be very reluctant to go against the National Security Agency. So I don't think the president is really capable of making this decision. It's just, they are terrified of making a mistake. They don't want to have everyone's always afraid of what happened with bin Laden, that there was warnings and they were ignored, right? So the idea that somehow there are methods and practices that were done in 1963 that still today either we're using, or that, first of all, they have to be methods and procedures that have not been publicly disclosed. And we know it's been public that we were surveilling the Mexican and Russian embassies in Mexico City. So what kinds of methods and procedures could be, at risk right now? But I think we need to have a new ARB or somebody like that that's going to be able to make this decision making. And the idea that Biden has actually put into play the possibility that there could be further delays after December 15, 2022 is just very disappointing. Bill, you want to say something?
Briefly, of course, I agree with everything Larry's put out here. We've worked together on this for months. And
Uh-oh.
I think it's that NORB idea, if this oversight committee idea is going to come into play, we need a new small group of people. And we need that small group of people to be willing and able to work in consultation with us, or it's simply not going to work. But if we have a small group of people who have the ability to build a lobbying arm to Congress, that's the only way this is going to happen. We've got our hands kind of full. We can offer expertise. We can offer alignment. We have people who aren't willing to work with us. But if you're willing to work with us, we're willing to work with you. Does that make sense, Larry?
Yes, but at the very least, everyone on this call, and talk to your friends, everybody except for Bart, who's not a United States citizen, but he can still write. Everybody needs to contact your representative, your House of Representatives representative, and your 2 senators. Now, there are some senators that have been, there were 6 representatives that sent a letter to the president. And one of them, unfortunately, said, "Congratulations, President Biden, for your memo." And I don't think he read it. But the rest of them, all 6 of them had asked for disclosure. Senator Grassley, Senator Leahy have previously come out publicly in favor of full disclosure. But you got to please contact both your senators and your representative. Ask them if they're not on the sitting committee, they're not sitting on those committees. You want to ask them to request that or maybe demand that those, either the House or the Senate committee, that whoever you're writing to, demand oversight hearings into the failure of the executive branch to comply with the JFK Records Act, because we now have 2 presidents that have either unable or unwilling, if you want to use those words. You have 2 presidents in light of the fact that we've had 2 presidents, President Biden and President Bush, who've been either unable or unwilling to comply with the JFK Records Act. We are asking you to demand, to contact the Oversight Committee or the Senate Homeland Committee and demand that a oversight hearing be held to take testimony from the archivist and the national security agencies as to why they're, as to why they're not complying with the law and what it is that they are holding back. That's it. That's the next step. And then if anyone has contacts for lobbying or something, but we have to now make lots of noise between now and obviously Congress right now is consumed with the better build, whatever that Biden proposal is. But once that's over, there's going to be a vacuum, and we want to hammer Congress. We want them to hold. I'm actually going to. Carolyn Maloney is my representative. I'm going to ask for a meeting with her, and unfortunately, I don't know of anyone else in my district that.
I'm in New York, so I might be able to attend if you let me.
Yeah, for Maloney, you're not her constituent, but certainly for Gillibrand and Schumer. I mean, they're your senators, and Gillibrand is actually closer to you than Schumer's. Yes. But you should definitely contact them. And I would ask for Joe. I would ask for a meeting with Gillibrand.
What was the name of the House committee? Just House Oversight?
The House. The formal name is the House Oversight and Government Reform Committee. And then the Homeland. I don't know the full name of the Homeland Committee. It's Homeland Security and something else.
They change it every Congress.
Yeah, she doesn't sit on that committee, but in terms, Gillibrand, but certainly she's from your area. And I think she would be, I think you request a meeting with her. And I would be happy to attend that meeting if it's virtual. So, and again, you may want to even ask, in addition to writing, ask to meet with your representative and tell them why this is important and tell them you represent a lot of people. And it's not just you, a single constituent, asking for this, that you represent lots of people. You're asking them on behalf of other people. So this is what you can do. We're going to keep pressing, but we got to get Congress. We got to have, what we're hoping is that if we can raise enough pressure publicly in this period of time before December 15th, it may force the agencies, they may feel compelled I'm being a little optimistic here, perhaps unwarrantedly, that they may make a broader release on December 15th than they were originally going to do. But that should be, so that's a twofold purpose. One is to get the oversight hearings scheduled, and number two, to start making public pressure on them to perhaps do more of a release. If any of you have contacts in newspaper, I got into Politico on Monday.
I saw that. Good job.
Thank you. And CBS News Radio in Los Angeles interviewed Mark Zaid and I. I'm unfortunately in this week's National Enquirer. The issue that has Alec Baldwin on the cover, there's an article in the JFK Records that they got a very weird picture of me. I don't know where they got it from. I look like some subversive. But Jay, I let Jacob Hornberger talk more about the conspiracy theory. I was trying to limit my focus on the compliance with the law, because that's how we're getting this. The other thing, when you talk to your representatives, this is a bipartisan effort. This is not just people that believe there was a conspiracy. Gerald Posner signed our letter. Fred Litwin signed our letter. Gene Davidson signed our letter. Larry Sabato signed our letter. So there are people that believe in the lone gunman theory or are official or supporters of the official position. This is not just, this is a broad spectrum of people that want these records released. It's also about American history. We are entitled to know what happened, not only to our
Chime in for a second on that?
Yes, yes.
I would point out that no one voted against the JFK Act itself.
It was unanimously passed.
Yeah, use that as the strongest evidence of nonpartisan, how nonpartisan this is.
And that was another reason we were disappointed that Biden clearly voted for the law. But you can just see when you become president, you're going to defer to your security agencies. That's just the way, that's just the real world. So I think I have said everything that I can think of, David. If anyone has questions.
Well, definitely, I want to say, and I know it's in the comments, a lot of people have said the same thing. You're kind of our, you've been spearheading this, this fight, and it is a fight. It's a hell of an undertaking. And not to quote Adlai Stevenson when he said, "We'll wait till hell freezes over before we get our answer." Hopefully, we won't have to wait till hell freezes over to get all the documents if we do ever get them all. But with what you're doing and the information and the guidance that you're giving us in order to contact the right people and giving us the updates that you're giving us is keeping us in the loop, and not just us, but everybody that attends the actual live meetings, and then also the people that see it on YouTube and on the website in the replays.
David, on the website, you should have a call to action.
Yeah.
Call to action to contact Congress. Okay.
And when we get done with this, let's talk either today or tomorrow, and let's design something of a call to action to put on the website.
Yes.
To draw attention to this, and also maybe what I saw in the comment section a while ago was maybe like an outline of how they should word their request when they're talking to representatives.
I'll draft up a draft letter, a generic letter that you could then personalize, but with just the main points. I'll do it sometime today and share it with you, David.
That'd be great. We'll put that as a PDF that they can download, and then they can use that to, add their information into to get the request to look a little bit more than just a quick note written down.
And we want to send the message. I don't know what happened in 2018. I wasn't involved then, but we took this sitting down, and what the message is that we're not taking this sitting down. And I want to get these records released in my lifetime. I mean, I want to prove Earl Warren wrong.
Yes.
So, and every lawyer on the group, I mean, we've all, everyone has worked hard. We have we've had incredible commitment. Mark Zaid has been very helpful with his contacts. I mean, everyone's contributed. So this is, and this group we're not going to let this happen. We're not going to take this sitting down. Even if we lose our lawsuit, just the filing of the lawsuits may cause them to release more documents. We don't have to win the lawsuit to win in this proceeding, right?
Right. It's like when, it's just like when, I lost my train of thought. I'll come back to that.
Okay,
But yeah, just by doing the fight alone and putting that request out there, it becomes part of the it's historical documents. We're actually trying to demand and have people hear us. So I think what you're doing, it's great work, and keep it up. Keep keeping us updated. It's just like Jim Garrison, even though he maybe didn't win the loss or the trial against Clay Shaw, it was important. He had to do it. And for doing that, it's kind of like you look at us in comparison, you in particular with bringing the lawsuits and, demanding the answers, stirring the shitstorm, so to speak. It's what's got to be done.
so
So
we're trying to duplicate. We obviously can't duplicate what happened after the movie in 91, but we're trying to use, we have that as a model, that enough pressure was put on Congress. And they have not held any oversight hearing since 94, I think. They had one oversight hearing a year after the statute was passed. So, your job, your assignment is to mobilize your friends and get people to contact Congress. This is now the focus. Biden has acted. He's not going to act again until December 15th of 2022. Our focus now is on Congress. So reach out to your friends. We'll draft up the form letter. You could call them, and if you want to, there's no sense calling the White House at this point. Bill, you have a comment?
The new Stone movie
Yes.
will be released by streaming, I think on November 26th, which is right in that sweet spot before December 15th. And so I think another thing we ought to think about on the website is to remind people about that release, and that when people ask what they can do after they see the streaming thing, that's one very simple thing.
Now, we did have, I did have a press conference tentatively scheduled with the UVA Center for Politics this week, but that was postponed until December because there were no records released to even talk about. If any of you have platforms at universities, we could also, so we haven't had a press conference yet. We were hoping to draw attention also through a press conference. We have contacted hundreds of reporters. We've gotten a couple of articles, and every time we get someone who writes an article, I add them to our list. So we're going to continually be communicating with reporters. But if anyone has access to a university that might be willing to use their platform to help us have a virtual press conference to, again, put pressure on Congress, that's something else you can do as well. So the idea is we want to shine the light on Congress now. Any things that you can think of, contact David or contact me. We'll see if how we can massage it into some effective means. But we got to use all of everything. Joseph, Joe, you got your hand up.
Yeah, I just figured out how to do that. So that tells you I am on Zoom. I really urge everyone to, the single focus should be on a congressional oversight hearing first and foremost.
Yes.
And I'm telling you, you're never going to get the review board created. I mean, put that aside.
Right. No, we're going to ask. Look, we can ask for that. We don't anticipate that happening, but if you don't ask, it won't happen.
The congressional oversight is the first thing we should ask for, and that I think is possible, within the realm of possibility to get. The one problem with the Biden thing that I saw was that what they're calling the clear and convincing information as to why whatever document they want to keep hidden should be kept hidden. None of that information has to be shared with the public. And there's section 5. There's nothing where the information that they're presenting or giving to Biden, there's nothing in there that says shall be made to the public. So we don't know even the arguments that they're going to make, even in the most generic terms of national security or identifiable harm, than this and that. I
Well,
don't see where that's going to be released to the public.
Well, so Joe, that's not 100% correct. They do have to make an unclassified in exchange in the disclosure. If there's going to be a continued postponement, they're requiring the law to make an unclassified explanation. Number one.
Okay.
Number two, we have asked for those underlying documents in the FOIA complaint. So we may not get them. They may try to argue some privilege or some one of the exemptions under the FOIA Act, but we're going to litigate it. But they do have to make an unclassified explanation for each document, and they have not done that. They haven't even made an explanation on a document. They just make this broad statement that disclosure poses identifiable harm to national security without explaining how. Andrew, you have your hand up?
Yeah, I would like to add one more thing. I think we've been tracking all of the media in response to last Friday's decision, and it's been unanimously critical of the continued withholding of these documents. And whether it's like Larry said, CBS, Politico, the National Enquirer, there have been several dozen highly critical articles in the mainstream media regarding this continued withholding. And one thing I think that we should do is compile these articles and CNN clips and other mainstream media clips, and interested parties should write to the journalists and thank them for directly by email, thank them for writing about the issue, and letting them know that they have an audience for this kind of thing, because as we all know,
I want to add that.
as we all know, the media really does function on the sale and viewership of its articles and news clips.
I actually have to compile a list for the complaint. For supplemental to show that why this isn't. When I had asked for a expedited review, the explanation was that this was not newsworthy. And there were dozens of articles in the 2017-2018 period of time. So I'm actually amending the request to include all the articles that have been prepared or published. So if you see any articles, even in your local paper, whatever you see, please share them with me, because I want to add them. I mean, we're Andrew and I and Bill and Patrick and Mark Zaid, we're all following, and Jeff Morley, we're all following the media, but we're not going to pick up all the local and regional stuff. It has to come. So if you have any articles that you come across, please forward them to my attention or our attention, so that we can add them to the amended request.
Larry,
So,
I had a thought
Yeah.
to get Congress to pay attention. I don't know if this is even something that you ever thought of, but we could storm the Capitol. I mean, I don't know if that's been done yet, or that's the last resort, but we'll give it a try. I mean,
We can have
it's always open for debate, I guess.
flag.
Do a really slow one.
We can have pictures of JFK as we storm the Capitol.
I said I said stir the shitstorm. I didn't say let's cause one.
Joe, you have your hand up again?
Yeah, I just finished creating a list, comparing and contrasting all the information I could find from everywhere, including the May 17, 2021 Excel databases that NARA released. I have a list of every RIF number that does exist and or should exist. I've shared it already with Andrew. I could have a list for you of one of the things that stands out is how incomplete the Excel database is from NARA. One of the things I showed on Facebook, you guys know what a RIF number is. It's a 13-digit code. There's a 3 numbers and then a set of 5 numbers and then another set of 5 numbers. The first 3 numbers is the agency of origin. The next 5 numbers is the subject area that that agency has documents on. And the last 5 digits are how many documents on that subject the agency has. And in some instances, the middle number, the first set of 5 digits is the subject matter. I got a long list of things where there are no documents for this sequence. And the subject matter could have 1 document or could have hundreds of documents. And we all know each document could have 1 page or hundreds of pages. And in some instances, I got them where they're skipping the first 3 digits. But in one of the things I noticed and I put on Facebook, they skipped 192 as an agency and went to 195. And they didn't have any of the 194 numbers. And there's over 5,000 of the 194 numbers. So there are big gaps in the documents, in the RIF numbers. And it's not just, I noticed, you know, that they'll go from 1 to 9 or something. And maybe there are, or maybe there aren't documents. I know for a fact in some instances, there are indeed RIF numbers for these, because those RIF numbers and those ranges show up in the ARRB listings where they had document by document RIF numbers that they were given in the Federal Register. Now, the important thing of the ARRB listings are the listings that were not published in the Federal Register. On April 8th of 1998, because they were releasing so much stuff by the truckload, and the sunset clause, even though they got a 1-year extension, they were going out of business in 1998. So every listing that they would put in the Federal Register was coming out of their budget. Okay, it's not a service that the Federal Register provides for you for free.
Right.
So they're allowed to make, you know, if we're going to release 6,000 Rockefeller documents, they just say 6,000 Rockefeller documents. But the actual 6,000 list of those RIF numbers would be in a listing in the review board's files at NARA. And I got those, and there are 11 of those. And in many instances, those RIF numbers are not showing up in the Excel database. So I've got everything in a RIF database now. There are at least, even though I don't know, for some, it's a smaller percentage and smaller numbers, the first 3 numbers, if this is an agency or not, because those numbers, you know, we start with 104 basically, and that's the CIA. So I have no idea what 0 to 103 is. Okay, so but 104 to like 208 is the range of RIF numbers we're mainly dealing with. I can give you specific details in RIF numbers. And if I go back through it again and look at some stuff, I may be able to come up with a list. These are the specific RIF numbers for documents that we know they're postponing because they're cataloged that way in the Federal Register listings. So with that specific information, we can tell them exactly what we're looking for. We're not going to say, you know, we'll release all the files. It's not a bumper sticker. I got serious paperwork here and an Excel database, and it's all called from information they gave us. So it's not wild conspiracy talk. These are the specific RIF numbers, meaning specific documents that NARA has. In addition, wait, let me just finish this one point. In addition to everything I just said on RIF numbers, one thing we should focus on are the tax records. Now, the review board, because the tax law could not release those, and neither could NARA declassify them, but the review board, thank God, could collect them. And they did get them from the IRS, and they're in the collection. But we need the tax law change because they are tax records, and there are tax records for specific individuals like Oswald, Lee Harvey Oswald, other people, other entities, businesses, and you know, these goofball agencies like maybe Inca, you know, or FPCC, the Fair Play people. Their tax records are probably in the collection. One of the things we should focus on, and we should focus on it more than reconstituting the ARRB, is to get the tax law changed. And it's a big bugaboo. Nobody wants to release tax records. It's a big, like the third rail of politics, like Social Security used to be. But if we tell them we don't need a fishing expedition, we're not asking you to go here and search for them. They're already collected. They're already there. So this is something, I mean, this is not really the JFK Act and dealing with the declassification and intelligence agencies. I don't want to release that. It's a problem with US tax law as it currently exists. Just make an amendment, just one little amendment could release all this stuff.
But Joe, I understand that the LaFontaines were provided.
Screwed this issue up, yes.
Yeah.
Especially with Marina.
Right. And so I think we were talking on our lawyer group one Friday that we need to, there should probably be outreach to the LaFontaine's offspring to see what happened, because they supposedly were in possession of those records.
No, I don't know about that. They interrupted the chain of information from the review board and Marina. They like kind of basically hijacked Marina to hijack this issue. I don't know why, but the LaFontaines are dead now, so I don't know if they
Right.
have
So I'm
children
saying
or
the
not.
idea is if they have children, we'd have to contact their children to
No,
see.
we don't have to contact them because they're dead. Even if the children have the records, so does the IRS. They're already in. We don't need them at all. We don't need
Well,
Marina.
but that's a
at all.
workaround. That would be a workaround to having to change the law. It's easier to.
No, changing the law is the problem.
I'm
I'm
saying
telling
if they have already been given to LaFontaine's, the law does not prevent us from then seeing them because they've been given to someone else. They've lost their confidentiality. So, and the other thing is interesting with the Trump decision last year, where Congress is able to, where now the prosecutors are able to get access to Trump's tax records. There is a mechanism without even having to change the law if someone in Congress wanted to demand those records, I think. But
they
Bill,
could see them, but I don't know that forces disclosure to the public. See,
that might be a
tax law.
Yeah, I'm not a tax lawyer. I'd have to look into that. Bill, isn't Joe part of our working group with Rex and Bart and Morley?
He should be if he's not.
Yeah, are you?
Yeah, I should be.
Okay, yeah, all right. Well, if you're not, then you are now. But we have a working group that's trying to help us with the second lawsuit to figure out what records are missing and what records are being withheld that we're going to demand disclosure on.
Obviously,
okay.
we're asking for disclosure on all of them, but we want to highlight.
Yeah,
them.
but otherwise, the records that we know, if we know what records are actually withheld, those are the ones that,
That we want, naturally.
Yeah. I mean, we're talking top of our head. I mean, when you ask for relief, we might have a better targeted relief, better chance of success. I don't know. All right, so David, I think I've talked enough. If there's anyone else, Patrick, do you have anything you'd like to share?
Not at this moment, no. I'm not against trying to contact the LaFontaine's family. Just who knows what documents that they may have available. If they're willing to cooperate, it could potentially be helpful, but I'm not disputing what Joe says.
Right. Okay. All right, David, I'll turn it back to you now, and that's our report. And my takeaway message is focus on Congress, and I'll work with David in trying to come up with some platform to help mobilize. So, this is not about you only, just about your friends and family, and everyone's got to start pressing Congress. We want every congressperson in Congress to get a letter from a constituent.
Well, absolutely, Larry. And like we've always said in the past, and the old saying, the squeaky wheel is the one that gets the grease. So we've got to be that squeaky wheel in order for them to actually, pay attention to what the hell we're trying to get done.
And you've always, and people always said you're a grease monkey, so.
Yeah, hey, Well, Joe, I know that you had sent me the email yesterday. Is there anything else that you wanted to touch on while we're on?
Could I share a screen and give some
Sure.
stuff here for a second?
Go ahead, Joe.
If I know how to do this properly. Start share.
Boy, Joe's learning a lot of stuff today.
I am, I'm telling you. I don't know if this will work. I'm kind of new with this, but if
Joe,
if this doesn't work now, I'll get it to work for the next one.
Okay.
It's spinning.
You have to open up your document first, Joe.
Yeah, I have.
Then you press, you go to share.
It's
And then
spinning.
Talk amongst yourselves and come back to me, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Well, while he's getting that going, I do want to throw out there, because I had some comments in the chat log when we first started. Anybody that has, well, first off, anybody before we do the Zoom meeting, it's always good practice to reboot your computer before you actually join a Zoom meeting, because a lot of the things of video not working or low bandwidth, audio not working, those are usually pretty well solved by just rebooting your computer. That clears the cache when you get ready to start it back up. That helps. And then, if you happen to come in and something's not working, come back out. I'll let you back in. And, that usually fixes it. But I noticed that, we had a few problems with that at the start of the meeting. Obviously, the video and the audio was working, but it kind of comes down to each individual machine. And I know some people, I'm guilty of it too. My computer stays on for days before it gets a clean reboot. So definitely that might be something to keep in mind before you join a Zoom meeting or our Zoom meetings. A fresh restart usually helps out. So where did Joe go? Speaking of going out, maybe Joe left and I'll let him back in.
Bart, how was the coverage in the UK on this decision by the president? Was there much coverage on it?
No, not much. Everything I heard was either through the Education Forum or Facebook.
Wow.
I've got to be honest. Well, we've got a journalist who's working, who's doing an article for the London Review of Books.
Yes.
And
Did
Mary's been involved in that.
Did she get a chance to interview Malcolm?
Yeah.
Oh,
Malcolm
great.
and I spoke to her about roughly 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
And we did a 3-hour talk, so no doubt they'll show about 3 sentences, maybe 2 words if we're lucky. So, hey man, it's the new reality. But no, we had a very good talk, and she's gonna get some backup questions. When the article is going to be released, I don't know. Maybe in November or maybe in December. It all depends. But I don't think it's going to take that long. And I thought she was pretty well read about it, and she's spoken to all the key figures in this thing. Jeff Morley again, of course, Malcolm, and I heard of Rex Bradford, and I think she contacted you as well, didn't she, Joe?
Who?
Maria.
From the UK. She's the one.
Yes. She's going to write an article.
For the London Review of Books?
Yeah. Did you check your email, Joe?
Not.
He's learning about emails.
When did she do this? When did she do this?
A couple of weeks ago, but I told her to contact you because she's doing an article for this literary magazine / website, and it's called the London Review of Books.
Joe doesn't have a cell phone yet either. He's just like,
no. I'll check. I didn't know about that, but I'm sorry if
because
she did.
I told her to contact you because you have, of course, a
Yeah.
whole different view than what Malcolm and I have, etc., etc. I've got one question, Joe. How can I reconcile missing files with what I've experienced and which you have been witness of, yeah, with what's actually outstanding and seen as missing files from what you guys are talking about in this whole Biden thing, blah, blah, blah. How do I see this? How do I have to see this? I mean, I don't understand how this, is this 2 things that run parallel, or is it just missing?
Well,
I mean,
give me more info. What are you talking about now when you say missing?
Hold on. You broke up.
I broke up?
Yeah, please repeat.
What?
He said, what do you mean by missing?
The voice.
What do you mean missing?
What am I missing? As in, like, most of the work that's basically outstanding is known of what it is, isn't it? Or is it just not? Are we just totally in the dark side here? Compared to what I've dug out, like what's missing or what's not online as such.
Well, if it's
How
not
do I
online, it
reconcile?
does not mean it's missing. It just means it's not online.
Right.
I know,
The
that's,
question is there a universe of documents, Joe, that are quote unquote missing?
Probably, but that's not really within the realm of the RIFs that I'm looking at. When you're talking missing documents, they were never put into the JFK records collection or turned over to the review board or released to the JFK Act. Yes, indeed, many things are missing. Malcolm found a lot of that. In fact, in one of your interviews with Malcolm that you did on YouTube, Malcolm talks about FBI renumbering documents. And you renumber documents because you're trying to hide the fact that they're not where as many documents as there were.
right.
Some whole serials, the FBI may disappear. So, I mean, we could come up with lists of those. That's going to be because of our work as JFK assassination researchers over the decades, not really truly relevant to what the JFK Act and the RIF numbers are, and the RIF numbers that I'm finding that are not in the Excel database that NARA's putting online.
So Joe, you're
I mean,
saying there are
it's
two
similar,
universes.
but it's a different issue, really.
There are two universes then, Joe, right? There's the universe of RIF documents that are missing, quote unquote, and then documents outside the RIF system that are missing.
Yeah, things that were declassified before the JFK Act, some of them don't have RIF numbers per se and are not really part of the JFK collection. There were some things that declassified before in 1992. And another issue for the lawyers out there.
Thanks.
One particular thing I want to pay attention to. Some JFK documents get released under FOIA, okay? So though they will not get RIF numbers and they're not in the JFK records collection.
Really?
So if it's released by a FOIA, I want to know how the hell I can get a copy of it if I'm not a party of the FOIA lawsuit. And in particular, go look up this website, muckrock.com,
Yeah, right.
okay? They had an article on James Jesus Angleton after the CIA fired him about, there's one document in specific detail on that website that they show a fraction of it. And it's Angleton is requesting public information through the FBI, and the issue was about Angleton being an FBI informant and an FBI source. And John Newman wants to do some work on this. At some point during the declassification process with the review board of the JFK Act, NARA had, when NARA released things independently of the review board, which they did more often than even I know about, it was just under the JFK Act itself. And those documents, they didn't give RIF listings. And they had like an opening
But
of
Joe, hold on for a
stuff
second.
pertaining to Angleton and this being an FBI informant source.
Yeah, Joe, hold on for a second. I think what you're saying is under FOIA, you make the request to the agency that has the equities in the document. So let's say it's an FBI document, right? They release it, but they don't put it, if it was released before the JFK Act.
Or even now, they release it to the person suing under the FOIA.
And they don't,
as I understand it, they don't generally release that document to the public. It's just released to that member who's sued for it.
Okay, and then they don't, if they have the equity in that document and it's not a RIF, that means NARA doesn't have it then, right?
Yeah, that's why I'm drawing your attention to the Muckrock article. There's an article in there about Angleton. It's an FBI document. And there are other FBI documents in this period in the 1970s. It's like this, I forget the name, begins with a K. It's a Russian sounding name, like Kambalkov to Wano is this guy at the FBI. And it's about Angleton's request for public source information from the FBI to get, and the whole issue of Angleton being an FBI informant. There's a document on there. John Newman wanted to get a copy of it. I want to get a copy of it. We were both under the assumption that this was in the collection and had a RIF number, and it's not. It was declassified under a FOIA, and there's a little FOIA stamp on there. So if a document that is definitely of interest to JFK assassination researchers, and it's in the 70s, how could one get a copy of a FOIA document that was released through FOIA if you're not a party of the FOIA lawsuit?
So did you read the language of Biden's memo in this digitalization process? I guess if it's not, the question is whether the NARA is going to go outside the RIF system to do this. For example, Joe, I was going to ask you this: what do you find that order about the MBRs, is that significant to you?
Yes, yes. There's a huge, ripe pasture that few people have tread on about what they were called not believed relevant documents. And Malcolm can give you a few examples. It's laughable.
Yeah.
It's like saying the witnesses in Dealey Plaza are not believed relevant to the investigation.
Yeah.
I mean,
And those MBRs don't have RIF numbers, right?
no, they do.
Oh, they
I
do.
believe
right?
they do. They're definitely in the JFK records collection. It's a huge amount of material. I just think, the clock was winding down. They didn't have the staff. They couldn't figure out. The staff was not knowledgeable about the assassination issues very much, besides Doug Horn.
Right.
They knew some of the issues, but not in any detail. And I'm sure some of the staff looked at stuff and had no clue who the hell this was and why is this here? Why am I reading it? I got 8,000 more documents to go this week. Fuck it, call it not believed relevant, move on.
Andrew,
Agency did that. There's quite a bit of, there's a bit of correspondence about this, the NBR matters and releasing documents as such. So yeah, there's quite a bit of that NBR stuff going on inside the archive.
But you have to go through it page by page, but you will find some gems in there, definitely.
and those are not online, right, Joe, for the most part?
No,
MBRs?
guys, about 95% of the JFK records collection is not online.
Yeah.
Probably,
95?
Really, the Mara Farrell stuff, it's probably at maximum 20% of the entire thing. I mean, 330,000 plus documents. There's no way. The most stuff online is definitely on Mara Farrell. But if you had any idea of the true scope of how much paperwork there is and how many documents, no. The best thing that's going to happen is for them to scan everything that Biden's the first one that says scan everything. And I love the phrasing he used, the democratization of the records by making them available this way. Now they'll probably get some vendor to do it. And this is another thing we should keep our eyes on. We want them to scan the entire document, including the RIF page. You're always going to say that.
Where would we be otherwise? Joseph, my God.
Now,
I will presume, Joe, that language that was part of the archivist's recommendation. They probably lifted it right from his memo, which, by the way, we don't have.
Right. But even NARA, when they put up documents in 2017 and 2018, this is a problem Malcolm and I ran into a lot of times. If a document was 100 pages, and they had released 94 pages of it, what they will release in the declassification is the 6 pages left. So you would have to get the RIF number, go and search in another part of the archives, put the 94 together with the 6, and then you had the whole document.
That's unbelievable.
And they did that. There are
Joe,
lots of documents, and it's more, they only needed 2 more pages to declassify. So if you looked in the 2017, 2018 releases, you'll see a RIF page, and the RIF number will say this document is 418 pages.
We need to do an article.
Pages that were scanned and given a RIF number, and that's what they put online.
We need to do an article for the media to pick up on with this, because they always say, well, 95% of the records have been released. But the reality is that they may be released, but they're not reviewable easily or understood by the American public.
They're reviewable and declassified, but you have to get your butt into archives too to see them all.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not going to live long enough to
two-
read them all and copy them all.
Andrew.
Two quick questions. When you're saying RIF pages, are you suggesting the identification aids? And then the second question, just to clarify, the releases from the 70s.
You see what I'm showing?
Are those?
This is a RIF
Okay.
page.
Okay. All right. So
You
it's
can
not
see what
the
I'm showing.
identification aid.
It's from the review board's time. The review board looked at this document. Okay, there's the reason for postponements. The reasons are on the RIF sheet.
Yeah. So
That's why you want to get the RIF sheet.
that is the identification aid, Joseph, right?
Yeah. Every document has some form of this on it.
So
Every
that's my
paper,
question.
every record. I'm sorry?
That's my follow-up question. The documents that were released through FOIA in the 70s, I think what the act says is that those documents don't need an identification aid because they're not put through the ARRB process,
Correct.
but they should still absolutely be in the collection.
Hopefully they should be. They're in there somewhere.
Well, I mean, in other words,
They
if
just
they were
don't have
released,
it.
if they were released to Weisberg, the only way that NARA would have them would be if Weisberg's collection was given to, and I think it was as part of the R process, right?
No,
No?
the Weisberg collection is at the University of Maryland.
Right,
Hood College.
yes.
Yeah,
So he-
and that was a college near Harold and closer even to Gerald McKnight. Gerald McKnight, the
Right.
late author and researcher, he was a friend of Weisberg, and he's the one who got Weisberg's collection into Hood College. And those things are scanned and online.
Best idea ever, I have to say.
But they were
This is
never, but
2015 now.
Art never got them and put riffs on them.
No,
No.
I mean, that's a private collection of an individual researcher.
Unbelievable.
My archive that I created on Malcolm's materials and on Harry Livingston's materials is name-based. The reason for that was really simple. First of all, sometimes Malcolm didn't copy the riff sheets because, as he says, as in one of the interviews, you only got that much time. And if I have an 80-page document of which only 12 pages are actually holding the juice and the
Yeah,
the
that's
right
what he copied.
bits, then that's what he copied.
So let me tell you, when Brian
Hold on,
said-
hold on.
Okay,
On top of that, he basically he said that some of times he's been there in the beginning in the 90s that there weren't anything. On top of that, there's archives he's been to that do not
Other archives,
have
yeah.
a riff system. So I was like, you know what? Forget about this. There's no point in me just doing this riff based, although the OCR technology of Google Drive sees the riff numbers. So if you start punching in a riff number that you probably can't find, it will probably come forward through the search inside that archive. On top of that, basically, the other archives not handling that, etc., etc. And I found a search on name basis, which is the same thing you do with the Weisberg archive. So you don't put riffs in, you basically put your name in and it spits out all the names in a Google type fashion. And that's what I wanted. I wanted something there's no distractions. There's no, you come here to find a particular document, then that's what you do. No games or no adverts, no nothing on the site, no distractions whatsoever, purely result-based research like that. So
Joseph,
for me, it works both ways.
Joseph, I have a question for you. So let's say new documents, for those documents that didn't have riff numbers, let's say now the agency releases some documents that don't have riff numbers. Does NARA at that point create a new riff number, or how do they then identify the document?
Good question. I don't know if the documents that the agencies are asking to postpone are something that the review board already looked at.
Right.
If there's a whole new series of documents that the review board never looked at, like say operational files on some CIA program or individual,
Right.
what's his name? With the DRE who came out of retirement.
Joe
Lopez.
Joe
Joe Eady's. Say we get like Joe Eady's career file, operations file or something. They may, like in an idealized world, if we got that and when it's declassified, they might give it to NARA and NARA would put it somewhere. I don't know if they would create new riff numbers or not, because that riff numbers were kind of a love-hate relationship that NARA had with the individual agencies. Because they wanted to keep it in as much of an order from the agency of origin. So especially with FBI records, the best way to find the FBI record you're looking for was to have the riff number, which would be from NARA and the regular thing, but the FBI records also have an internal FBI agency number. So if you had the RIF number and the FBI agency number, boom, you were going to get the exact document you wanted. I don't know if they create a new RIF number to put new information in. They should. They have the capability to do that. I don't know. But going back, the love-hate relationship thing, NARA thought it was the responsibility of the agencies of origin to come up with RIF numbers and assign RIF numbers to a specific document. That was really the agency of origin. Sometimes the NARA did that, and sometimes not. Before, the RIF number system came along after documents were being declassified. They didn't have it in '93. The first big release due to the JFK Act itself was in 1993, in August of 1993. If you look at the date of that release, it was a Monday. And the people who went in there who copied withdrawal forms, you can see in the withdrawal forms that they're dated the weekend before that Monday. So the secret people and intelligent boys were in there. Nope, they can't have this, they can't have this, they can't have this, making withdrawal forms like crazy. And you didn't really have the RIF number system. The CIA records have a 1993 number. If you look on them on the Mary Farrell site, it'll say 1993 and a dot and a lot of dots and numbers and a colon, and it's about 20 digits long rather or more than the 13 RIF number digits. So, yeah, Malcolm is right. Sometimes they didn't have any identification aids, but that did come along as the process worked its way through to 1998. Everything in the records collection now should have a RIF number.
So Brian Bender, who wrote the first Politico article, was really interested in figuring out how many records have actually been released what's the universe. And I bet he would be interested in learning about these difficulties, because this really goes to the actual number too, because what the Biden administration, when they come up with a number, I assume that's based on RIF numbers.
Yeah, the total universe of the JFK records collection is at least 333,958 documents.
I mean, there are things David and Brian are scanning in that may not be in that system, right?
Brian,
Yeah.
David, who's Brian and David?
David Knight and Brian and Brian Edwards, for example.
Yeah, we're scanning the Dick Russell collection, and there's a lot of stuff that's well, I mean, we've come across a lot of things that we've never seen before.
Well, this will be like the Harold Weisberg collection. It's a
Yeah,
private
like Gary
individual
Shaw.
researcher. Yeah, none of that would have a RIF number.
Yeah, and like Gary Shaw, we have these silos, these paper silos that once we get them scanned, we could tell reporters that there are a lot of other documents that relate. They haven't been officially put in the collection, but they relate to the assassination.
Yeah. Now you may find when you scan these that indeed this specific document in the Harold Weisberg archive or Dick Russell or whoever is actually in the JFK records collection. And the best way you could find that out is to do a textual search. Take the proper nouns and a sentence or two, some text in that document, and do an advanced search on Mary Farrell.
Oh.
And so with Mary Farrell, that's a better way to search than just putting in the RIF number. You should do both. You should do, if you know the RIF number, put in the RIF number. If you don't know the RIF number, do a textual search under advanced search on the Mary Farrell site. And you could also do a textual search with Bart's scanning of the documents Malcolm has, because that's often, if it's from NARA in the first place, and you could find the RIF number that way. Malcolm's went all over the place. Malcolm went all over the country to various places that had a lot of interesting stuff. Like Alan Dulles papers at Princeton, he went there, and he went to George Washington University, and he went to like senators' papers at this university and that college. He went all over the place. And true to form, he wouldn't identify where the hell the document came from. So you don't know if it came from, this University of Texas or University of Georgia or some guy's papers over here or something. So a lot of time I'm going crazy trying to reconstruct where the hell Malcolm went and what he copied. Malcolm's stuff is interspersed Like sometimes he'll copy the whole document and the RIF number, and sometimes he won't. Sometimes he'll only copy RIF numbers and without any of the document. Sometimes he'll copy, and the worst is when he copies the finding aid without telling you where he found the finding aid.
Do you know whether he went to
I
Dodd's?
love him to death, but he drives me crazy.
Right. Do you know if he went to Senator Dodd's collection in
He may
Connecticut?
have. I mean, he was over here for a long time.
Oh,
And he came to the United States. He's from England. He came and he got an apartment in Dallas for a long time, went to the Dallas City and Police Archives. He got an apartment in Silver Spring, Maryland, right by Archives 2. He, under the guise of being a student at a college, and he'd spend all day at, he was enrolled in a class at this University of Maryland or something, a place where at one time John Newman was a teacher. But Malcolm went all over the place. But it's trying to reconstruct Malcolm's archive from what scans Bart's given me. That's taken up a lot of my time. But it's good because sometimes you find, I can think of one specific document that Malcolm found for an agency that starts 131. And Malcolm copied the RIF page in this particular instance. But because of this one document, I know that there's a whole intelligence agency, or maybe it was like a House government investigation place that looked at the assassination for a while. So I know there's like 100 documents or something that now exist, and this whole range is not in the Excel database that Nara put online. So
Joseph, Joe, you should write an article about this topic, because I guarantee you, no one knows, no reporters know how complicated this question is.
Right.
And because it's, it's simplified. Oh, they've got 95% of the records released, and there's only this 5% left, or, there's no smoking gun, but they don't appreciate. All right. I don't want to belabor the point, but Bill, is there a way that, I'm just thinking as part of our lawsuit, whether we should expand it to, I don't know how you would identify records that aren't, they're outside the RIF system, but
We're entitled to proper identification aids. That's part of the statute.
yeah, and it was voluntary, because obviously the agencies had to go through their files and then tell what they had. And if they didn't want to reveal something, how did ARB know?
The review board went to the individual agencies. The review board came up. At first, there was no review board and there was no definition of an assassination record.
Right.
Then the review board got appointed. They restarted the clock so they could have the full amount of time that the act meant them to have.
Yep.
And they went to the individual agencies. There were 53 intelligence agencies that they went to when the review board was in existence. I asked for that letter of the 53 and I got it somewhere. But they went to all these agencies, and one place in particular, you might know of the trouble they had with O&I, and this woman who was being helpful and working with the review board, and then some higher up schmuck came down like an iron curtain and stopped them. And we got very little from O&I, and actually the Navy court-martial.
Yeah, her information was never released.
But I'm saying that, but still, even when they went there, they were provided information. There's no way of knowing that what they received was in fact, because you're obviously relying on the good faith of the agency to say, we did our search, here's what we found.
Yeah, there's this letter of compliance
Yes,
that they did.
under penalty of law, but
yeah.
who's going to enforce it?
That's in the review board's final report.
Yeah.
Hey, Joe, I've got a quick question for you. You've worked with Anne Marie over the years and seen what her collection is.
In Albuquerque?
What's that?
She's in Albuquerque. Anne Marie
Yeah.
Butraga. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to find out. You've been in her. I know you stayed at her house, I think, a few times and went through her collection.
No, I was only in. She lived for a time on an army base or something in Washington, D.C. early on when the review board was around. And I was only in her house once. I did not look at her collection at all. We were just being social. She has a lot of great stuff because she was one of the first people in there, and like annoyed them so much, I think they might have, barred her from coming back. but she got all this stuff as it was originally released and declassified. Now, it's interesting because National Archives 2, as an agency and as a building, was being built at the same time that they're releasing stuff. So I went in there in the very early days with Anne Marie once or twice. And I mean, there's still electrical wires hanging out of the ceiling, and there's no, the soundproofing, and there's no light here on the wall, and there's no carpeting. But in some places, I mean, you could tell where they're going to put a water fountain and where like a phone will be. I mean, it was raw stuff, like as though you were part of the people building that building in the early 92, 93, 94 period. And they were releasing stuff, and they didn't have the staff to look at what they were releasing. So she was able to copy stuff right away. A lot of the stuff she copied, I think was in 92, well, not 92, 93, 94 time period, before the review board.
Not reclassified.
So if you got the stuff early, you got, in some instances, you saw withdrawal forms, and some of those documents have since been released. So everybody copied a withdrawal form. Probably that stuff has been released by 1998. But I believe she got a lot of the stuff, I'm hoping, in particular church committee stuff. Because church committee stuff, the testimony, she mentioned the briefing books that the members of the church committee themselves, the senators, got from various agencies was released. And I believe she has some of that information. I don't know if that's even available or not.
Well, I think
Malcolm and
what's
John Newman know for a fact a lot of the individual testimony that the church committee took. Either the original was taken, if the original was put into the file and that took a walk and it's gone, or the original still exists somewhere and they made a copy, and a lot of times you're photocopying a photocopy if you went into the National Archives too, and a lot of what Mary Farrell has and scanned.
Well, Anne Marie and John Newman both obtained documents that have since been reclassified. I think that's the important aspect that we could bring forward in a lawsuit.
Well,
Yeah, the issue of reclassification, yeah. But even, I don't know if reclassification fully covers the many examples of church committee testimony that are missing.
Oh, yeah, that's a different
So
issue.
they may have been missing before the act and before the review board. Somebody could have made them disappear in the 70s or the 80s.
Well, there were a lot of them were given to Gerald Ford. He took possession of them, a lot of them.
Yeah, the one
He may be at his library.
some of them are at his library. 157 is a lot of the church committee stuff.
But there are church committee meeting documents that are missing because when you look at the report, there's footnotes of documents.
Right, you try to find testimony of Mr. X and it's gone. Yeah.
the
Well,
reason
Joe,
why-
Joe, if I can make a comment about the suggestion earlier that you write an article, I think it would be valuable to have an article just on the simple topic of the characterization of different groups of documents.
Yeah.
So that would clarify for a lot of people, I think, and that'd be something that reporters would want to know about. What's public, what's not public, what has been disclosed but has never been scanned.
Right. This is really important stuff going forward because the narrative is rapidly being developed that, guys, there's just a few documents left. What's the big thing? What's the big, let's not get you paranoid conspiracy people,
Another point I think everyone would be in favor of would be to take the leading sites and put out a request for any person who's obtained documents through a FOIA that, to the extent they'd be willing to share them, and I bet they all would, that they should identify the documents and put that somewhere like JFK Facts and Mary Farrell and so forth. That'd be a second area to go into.
Good idea. I'm for it.
Well, the reason why I brought Anne Marie up in the first place a while ago was the fact that, I know she's getting up there in age, and I know she has several file cabinets, kind of like how Weisberg had, with documents that, they may have been reclassified. Most of them probably have. But as far as for an archive basis of actually like what Larry was talking about a while ago, and what I've discussed with what me and Brian are doing with like Dick Russell's collection, is every collection, no matter if it's one piece of paper or whether it's thousands of pieces of paper, they're all important. They all fill in, puzzle pieces. So that's what I was going to say is we need to figure out a way of reaching out to her. And I know that I've talked to her. I know I'm friends with her daughter on Facebook and Anna Marie too. But, you know, before something happens to her collection, if she would be willing to either digitize it or have somebody digitize her collection so we can get it out there, like what we're going to do with Dick Russell's. And we've got several other ones in the pipeline too that we're going to be working on.
Because we don't want to have another Jim Mars problem.
Exactly. We don't want to have like, yeah, exactly, Larry. We don't want to have like what happened with Jim when he passed away and his shit just got scattered to the wind and it wound up who knows where. It's important now to actually, you know, it's been important way before now, but it's important especially now to get these collections, these silos of information and papers and digitize them and put them in a location.
And
That's
hurry
what we're
up.
doing on projectjfk.com. So. And I
Well,
know that's what Bart's
I
doing
mean,
too
I'll
with
tell you now,
Malcolm's
right?
collection.
I've been doing Malcolm's, 3 years and counting. And it's going to take me another 12 to 18 months at least. I'm taking a break because this month is all November is devoted to talking about it because I'm doing a initial release of the entire archive that's available for everyone. It's a lot more than what people have been accessing so far, and I've been basically given access to. There's going to be 150,000 pages, and there's going to be about 12 to 14,000 PDFs for people to wade through, to search through, etc., etc. I'm taking a break at least till the new year. I want to work on, you know, because I'm doing all kinds of talks and podcasts and about this archive all through this month. And then the primary phase, and I know I've got, from what I saw, I've got at least 12 to 18 months to organize the archive better, tighter, and also on top of that, the material that's left over to do as such. Just a ton, and I expect to start working at something soon, so I will be able to devote less time to it. So therefore I'd say, well, father was a year, but it's probably going to be 18, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's 24 months.
Bart, I don't recall you asking us permission for you to stop working.
I'm going to take 2 months off because I've gotten to a point where I've done all the old stuff, pretty much everything, and the Dallas files that he used to work together with John Armstrong on, and also I probably think that the Cuban files as well. That's although most of it is already online anyway through Mary Farrell. I think Mary Farrell has got a really impressive collection on when it comes to Cuba. And so I've basically finished those bits, and then everything that comes after that, the majority of that is agency related. Malcolm's working files, basically. You know, I had a bunch of drawers around him, and that's all his stuff that needs to be sorted through. You know, you grab a folder and there's 20 different topics in there, and these are all things where I go, oh, what could this lead through, and what's this about, and this, you know, stuff like that. And there's stuff about missing files. So so there's a lot going on. So I just thought, well, you know what, I've got so much already to show, so why not share it, put initial release, and on top of that, you can come back a month later or two, and there'll be plenty of other stuff already been added to it as such. And this is going to go on, at least, as I said, 12 to 18 months. I wouldn't be surprised if longer. So, and then also I want to work on my own stuff. I've gathered a lot of stuff that's really good stuff to share and great stories. And I've got at least half a dozen articles in the pipeline regarding stuff as, say, the Minox or the, what do you call it? The evidence, the Dallas police evidence compared to the FBI evidence, the so-called Oswald evidence, or the films of it. Malcolm went through that in 1999 and did an article, I think, for Lancer. And he, in the end, he came up with 6 scenarios because it's just the dates on all the documentation and all that was just a complete and utter mess. So missing frames and so forth. Yeah, quite an interesting puzzle. But yeah, so there's about half a dozen. Fingerprints is another thing I've been delving through. It's an enigma, and I can point out the theft of the Dallas police of original fingerprint card. At least that is to be added on.
Really?
Yeah, you go into First Day Evidence, that book with Rusty Livingston, that book. Well, there's a fingerprint set card in there, and it's nowhere else. So there's no absolute record for any of it, and it's an original card. So what the fuck does he do with the original fingerprint?
How do you know? How do you know it's not in the collection?
Because I've seen every sample of it. You know what the funny thing is that what the Secret Service and the FBI took with them as a fingerprint set card is an exact duplicate of each other. The only difference is that basically they mess with it, like putting palm prints or 5 sets of prints and stuff like that. They just made it their own, but the basic 10 fingerprints are the same, exactly the same. And the beauty is then when you start comparing that with you've got this dog and pony show in the corridor as well, where they're showing out the fingerprint card. And at first you think it's one set, and then all of a sudden they just unwind it like that, and there's 2 fingerprint set cards. So I started looking for the actual photographers who took one set of fingerprints. Because he showed it to the left and to the right of 2 different groups of photographers and filmmakers, and I couldn't find the other hand. So then I found that. Then I looked, and the thing is, you look at the characteristics inside the 10 squares of the fingerprints, and then it starts to talk about another story. So I'm not done yet; it's in the works, but it's going to be mega interesting because Malcolm has got exclusive documents to support all that. So. I can sit down and produce great original stuff for the next 5 to 10 years easily, just sitting on a few bits here and there and just come up with very interesting stories with additional evidence as such. So yeah, I've hit the gold mine in all honesty, like that about certain things. So but it needs work because right now all I've been doing is scan every day, scan more. So
I don't like scans.
and but it's a laborious process, and I just need a little bit of a calm down because every day I do hundreds of pages, and the beauty of it is as well, I just basically the second I scan it, it's uploaded, it's named, categorized, blah blah blah, so it's right there. It's not like I've got 10,000 scans in my folder. Yeah, well, what good is that? I need it online. I want to look at it. So that's exactly with the Google Drive. It's through an iPhone. It's the easiest way to set it up and just fire it off. And I've got a copy on email and I've got a copy on a hard drive. So it's just multiply really quickly. I'll just put a system together that works good for me. And I learned the hard way. So, I didn't prepare anything because it wasn't meant to be prepared. But anyway, David, I said that if you want me to talk at your luncheon type thing later on this month, I'm free for that. If you want me to, I can talk
absolutely, Bart.
I can talk an hour. So.
Yeah, that'd be great. November 13th, like I say, we're going to start at 9 o'clock our time. So I'm kind of putting in a tentative schedule. So yeah, let's talk about that of when what time you want to go, but definitely, hell yeah, we want to hear from you on the 13th. So
okay.
Absolutely.
Bart, I see you have less bills tacked on your wall. That's I guess good news.
It's still there.
I'm
The
trying
year
to
statement, I had my payments on it. So so the whole thing is it's quite exciting. The thing is also there's a lot of material coming next year, audio recordings and things like that. So it's just it's been a massive job at first, and slowly I feel really happy about. I was really happy about finishing the warehouse stuff in September, and I was like, oh yeah, great, blah blah blah, done this, that, and the other. But then I finally saw the amount that was left, and I was like, so yeah, so it's a bit discouraging that with that amount left. But I fear more for the productivity in the sense that if I get a job, full-on job, like that job in in Washington. They should give that to me.
Well, you should apply. You have till Monday.
Fucking foreigner. You're gonna give it to a foreign bastard. Yeah, right.
It didn't say it was
Yeah.
limited to American citizens.
Where was this job posting?
It's a NARA's job posting for a JFK collection person.
You should do that, Joe. Just quit your
Yeah.
job and get on it. Just like a bloodhound. I want to see you just sniffle through all that stuff, because if anyone can do it, it's you. You.
Is it on the Federal Register, or where is it? Is it on online? Just Google it.
I don't know. I'm Googling it now. Someone sent it to me.
We've got it, Joe.
Email it to me.
Yeah.
I think
Well,
that
I
would be
also-
a wicked idea. I mean, I'd love to have the job, but
I do want to give an update. I talked to Brian just the other day. I think it was yesterday, or maybe it was the day before. I wanted to give an update on the Dick Russell collection. We've been at it for hell right at a year now, and we're finally starting to see the end of the tables. We're down to the last 22 boxes, so hopefully we can get those wrapped up here in the next month. Definitely by the end of the year. That's our goal, is to have all of them scanned. And then after we have the digitizing done, it's getting turned back over to Baylor, and then we'll be creating searchable PDFs from the individual TIFF images and JPEG images. So we can make those available online in a special section on our website. And I know Baylor's going to have it on theirs as well. So, but like I say, we're finally starting to see daylight at the end of the massive amount of tables with the boxes. So
David, can I show him that picture of that one we sent to Larry, or are we saving that for a surprise?
well, I know I emailed it to Larry, but yeah, hell, go ahead and show it. I mean,
Okay.
I think that's, this is just one of the things that Brian found in, well, we found many hidden treasures in Dick's collection, and of course they're all going to be available online, but this is something that Brian found that a lot of people haven't seen. So go ahead, Brian, show it.
You see that?
Yes.
Yeah, that's Win Scott,
Oh,
but
That's
we don't know who these two guys are. We don't know where it is, but I thought that was kind of intriguing. I sent it to Gary Shaw, and even Gary didn't know who these two guys were, and he wrote me back and says, "Who are the two dudes and the other two dudes?" I have no idea, but that's
Well,
a
Brian,
good.
let's, I see
You should
Larry's,
send it to
Larry
Jeff.
Rivera's
Do
on
Do you know
there.
when that was taken?
No idea. There's no information on the back of the photograph. But it's in a 300, at least 300 pages in this document, or a folder of just Win Scott.
it's in Mexico, that's for sure.
Yeah, probably so, based on this
Yeah, but also
architecture.
the architecture, yeah.
Yeah,
one of that is the guy that was the American bullfighter.
I keep thinking it's that guy who had the pseudonym of Jerry's nephew guy, and he was in the field a lot. I think of that because I see the binoculars there.
which guy? This
The
guy?
guy, the guy with
That's
the
a
hat.
camera. That's
Yeah,
a camera.
That's a
Yeah.
camera. Yeah.
Bill, you broke up. Who'd you say you think it might be?
Well, his he was kind of Wynn's number 2 man in the field. That's why I'm thinking of him.
Oh,
His nickname was or his pseudonym was Jerry Benedum. And if you look up Jerry Benedum on Mary Farrell, we've got a whole page on him and his real name.
okay.
You should send this picture to Jefferson Morgan.
That's more of a hunch than anything else. And given the fact he's got a camera, there's another guy named Robert Zabernandy, that was the camera guy. But they
Send
had
it to
several
John
camera
Newman.
guys.
Yeah, I'm
Send
gonna
it
send it. Yeah, I'm gonna send it to John as soon as we get done here today.
Yeah, I don't think he'll have anything for you. And mine is speculation. It's not probable.
Dick
Mark,
Russell's collection. Oh, I'm sorry. Dick Russell also, I think was in the chain of possession. He might have been the first one to have it. The McCon Rowley document that people wonder if it's real or not. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, yeah,
document?
Robert Roden's one.
Yeah, that Groden definitely thinks is real. But Dick Russell is the guy who had that. And I went to the National Archives trying to find it in the JFK Records collection. It's not there.
Which document is it, Joe?
The McCone.
The McCone rally. I'm
CIA
convinced it's
and
from-
Rowley. and
Yeah.
Rowley of the Secret Service, the McCollum Rowley document that says, yeah, Oswald was our guy and we trained him, and it's like a,
If the number on that, you
It's just
see
like
the
a-
number somewhere else. It's a phony document. I could do
probably.
this with you offline, but I'm quite
Yeah.
convinced because of the numeration, it's phony.
The confidential stamp was something Dick Russell put on there. That's not part of the intelligence community confidential stamp thing at all. So that came from Dick Russell, that stamp. So
Yeah.
don't use that stamp as proof positive that the whole damn thing is fake. I couldn't prove it one way or the other, but it's provenance is at the very least questionable.
I'll post you offline on this. I got one.
Bill, you break up sometimes and freeze up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm on Zoom. That's my problem. Anyway, yeah, the numbering is the problem. I think the numbering is done by copying another document, putting it on there. I don't think the correct.
Yeah, the numbering there is internal to the Secret Service, and yeah,
That's
a
right.
weird document. Yeah, it's not a RIF number on there.
No.
Also, the document is too clean. That's another problem. It was just sparkling.
Anyway,
clean.
I think it's a phony, but I'll tell you. Let me look at my brains and I'll tell you why later. Yeah. Not a
Malcolm
believer.
doesn't believe in it either, so
Right.
he just was like that. Forget about it. So
But go ahead, Brian. You were talking more about Dick Russell's stuff.
I was just saying that there's 200 or 300 pages in just the Win Scott folder, and a lot of newspaper articles, but there was some actual documents from the FBI. He applied for an FBI job, and I guess he wasn't good enough to get that, so they threw him in the CIA. But that's so far has been the most interesting folder in the last 3 or 4 boxes. So that one will be worth looking at when we get it loaded up.
Joe, I sent you the job description just now.
In an email?
Yep, it just went out. It's gonna take a minute to hit.
I'll be on the lookout for it.
Thank you.
I
Thanks
have
for
the
sending
webs-
it.
I have the
Yeah.
website, shoot, I just had the website.
I got the post that was sent to you and you sent to me about the job. I sent it to you again, Larry.
There's the online, if anyone wants to look at it.
So anyway, it's an interesting job post and there's 2 days left. Yeah, it went out about 15 seconds ago. It went through my buffer.
Huh, it looks like it's limited to federal employees.
That's what I'm worried about.
That's what I would think. You would have to be at a certain GS level and have been. in
Yeah,
archivist
GS
for some amount of
14.
time.
This is an internal, yeah, this is your current NARA employee who held or previously held a permanent appointment, or current NARA employees serving on a special appointing authority.
Yeah.
That sucks.
That's a
I
problem.
guess they want to promote from within.
Yeah,
Too bad you can't ask for an exception. But that's how Doug Horn got in. He was a GS.
We can write you letters of recommendation, Larry.
You
can't
might
take-
write and ask to be appointed as an aide to the special.
Yeah.
right. I can't afford to take a pay cut. Let's see, is there anything here that we could figure out a way? It's a special sensitive high risk position. Interesting.
I don't see why a qualified citizen should be barred from a position like this,
Yeah,
because it's a special position.
it shouldn't be limited. I wonder if it's the first, maybe they give it to it's a first chance at internal, Phil, and then maybe they go out publicly.
Good God. That's a mighty nice salary.
Yeah. It'd be perfect for someone that's Yeah, it's too bad I was hoping we could put a mole in this organization. Uh-oh, you have to be born after December 31st, 1959. Why is that?
Well, that lets everybody out.
Not me.
Not me.
Yeah, yeah.
Not me.
Right.
Oh,
Interesting to look at. Yeah, for sure.
I sent it to your Gmail, Jim. Is that good enough? And I'm sending the McCone rally material to you as well.
Hey guys, we're gonna switch gears real quick here. I'm gonna bring Larry on real fast. Larry Rivera, he's gonna give a quick plug of what he's gonna be talking about for next Saturday evening's Spotlight series. Larry, go ahead and give us a little bit of a teaser.
Hey, sorry I haven't been paying much attention. It's been kind of busy over here at the store. But David and I have been, kicking this back and forth regarding two important things that we wanted to present. One of them was the Blender project with the 3D composition that we already have available. But more or less, take at least half an hour and do a presentation from my computer, which has a GeForce GPU. And so it allows me to move a lot faster, within the composition, because the composition comprises objects, so many objects that are present in the composition. So in order for the computer and the video to interpret everything, you have to have a lot of power, computing power for that. And so we're going to be doing that. And like I've spoken before, we've positioned about 41 different cameras in the composition, and that allows us to view Dealey Plaza from many different perspectives. Okay, and for example, we can go under the bridge, we can go up to the grassy knoll, the pergola, up to any floor of the buildings, et cetera, and give us, that perspective from wherever in Dealey Plaza you want. Okay, and it's something when you look at the images, the stills, but it's totally different when you're inside of the program and you're moving around and you're moving the viewfinder around and looking at the different positions and the different objects in the sense, for example, a lamppost is an object, a tree is an object, a person, okay, because each of those objects have been individually modeled, okay, within the Blender program, and then placed in the positions that they correspond. Now, the program works by using reference images, and that is the most important consideration in setting up a 3D compilation or composition of Dealey Plaza, because you have to be able to go to Dealey Plaza as it was on the day of the assassination, and for that we use what is known as the Cutler map. Robert Cutler was a first generation researcher, and he was an architect, and he was the first person who went and he did a complete architectural plan and drawing of Dealey Plaza as it was at the time. Since a few of the landmarks have changed, we have to go back to that to establish exactly the position of all of the objects that we want to look at. And the other reference images that we use are photographs that we know that are still relevant and intact. Some frames of the Zapruder, I use Z255, the Altgens, and a few others. And since Dealey Plaza, Elm Street is on a downslope, you also have to take that into consideration. And you have to look at the I believe Weatherby did these mappings, on the downslope and everything. So anyway, once you're able to establish these reference images, and then you can place your models in the specific areas that they need to be to give us, I would say, up to a 98, 99% accurate portrayal of Dealey Plaza as it was on November the 22nd. Now, the second portion of what we're going to be working on is on the backyard photos and Backyard Man, and using overlay imaging techniques, and working as we have done, been doing now for at least 7 years, on matching the figure of the Backyard Man, and which, when you compare that to Lee Oswald, is not even close to being the same body type and the same head proportions and shoulder, torso, and everything. And we have a very, very good idea on who that person was, who did that. And we'd like to revisit that, because it's sort of like a confirmation of the work done previously by Jack White and Sam Jaffe, who did a lot of relevant work on the Backyard Man. And what we're doing is applying this technology now to confirm their hypotheses, at the time. So I think it's going to be it's going to be a lot of fun.
And Larry, you also you're going to touch on Beverly Brunson, the forgotten researcher, and also Win Scott, Mexico City too, correct?
Yeah, well, the new documents that are coming out continue to give us a ton of information on what really happened in Mexico City. I've already passed around an organizational chart that I have compiled on Mexico City, and who was responsible for what and who worked for whom up the ladder, up the chain of command. And it's very interesting, because now all these documents are able to tie in, what each one of these persons were actually doing and responsible for what. We know a lot of has been placed on, for example, on Good Pasture, and Good Pasture. But that's just the tip of the iceberg, as far as I'm concerned. A lot of other people were, that's the one, that's Win Scott, okay. And
I know you were offline a second ago, but we know that this is Win Scott. Do you have an idea who these two gentlemen are?
I do not. But what I do know, and I've been passing this information around now for a while now, is that he had a very chummy relationship with 3 consecutive Mexican presidents. Okay, where even he stood as best man for Lopez Mateos, Adolfo Lopez Mateos' wedding. I mean, Lopez Mateos stood as best man for Win Scott's third marriage in 1962. And I even have a video of the reception, and I have stills and everything, which had never been seen before. And what this indicates, obviously, is, and this is 1962, and this relationship lasted from 1958 all the way through the Echeverria years, which is 1976. But, and I know Win Scott wasn't there until he left, and then obviously he had a mysterious death, in the late 60s. However, the 2 Mexican presidents in between there, the Lopez Mateos and Ordaz, were instrumental in creating the legend that came out of Mexico City post-assassination. I mean, it could not have happened without the help of these guys, and their cronies who helped, for example, with the Sylvia Duran interrogation. And by the way, one of the news that comes out of NARA and the National Archives these days is that the original affidavit statement of Sylvia Duran has disappeared from the CIA, from CIA records. There's a letter. I found a letter where they admit that it's not going to happen. They're not going to produce it, and forget about asking for it. Okay, and that's something that's very important, because the ones that that dealt with that were precisely Luis Echeverria, who at the time was Secretario de la Gobernación to López Mateos, all right? And they're the ones who confabulated this whole scenario of a Duran-Lee Oswald supposed sexual relationship, which I think is a crock, all right? And so, like I said, you know,
Absolutely, Larry, I completely agree with you on that. That I've studied that at great length, and I've spoken with various people who illustrate just what a crock it was. They even go so far in the documents to accuse Duran of having another affair in 1967 with
right. No, before that with the ambassador, with Lechuga.
Yeah, so there's
Before
three
that.
of them. I mean,
Yeah.
she's Miss Hot Pants, supposedly.
Yeah, exactly. And not only that,
First
the
one
new
may be
documents-
true.
No, the new documents tell us that that her relationship with her husband was such that her husband would pick her up every day at work, you know. So there's no way that she could have stepped out, you know, out of the office and gone to a motel or something like that, you know. And another one that they lead us to believe that she had Lee Oswald over to at her apartment for sex, you know, which would have never happened, you know, with her family and her husband and everything, you know. So, you know, a lot of stuff, you know, and that's what people still believe, you know, that Lee Oswald and Sylvia Duran had sex, you know, and that's not true, you know.
Well,
So anyway,
yeah, and like I say, again, Larry's going to be doing the Spotlight Series presentation. It's going to be next Saturday evening, November the 6th, 2021, from 7 o'clock until 10 o'clock. That's going to be Central Time, so it's going to be a little different for Larry in his time zone. I'm sure if Bart wants to join in overseas, then yeah, like I say, 7 o'clock until 10 o'clock Central Time, and Larry's going to be doing our spotlight with those 4 topics. And I know it'll be exciting to visit those. And Bill, definitely if you can come on, because I'm sure you can bounce in some questions and stuff with Larry on Mexico City, because you seem to be pretty big on those.
I've said it before that if you want to find out what happened in Mexico City, you got to start with state secrets, you know. So I mean, it's not just that simple, you know. Then build from there, you know, and that's what we're trying to do.
Yeah. Yes, I'm wondering whether that presentation, I have a previous commitment, will be archived for
Yeah,
later viewing.
It'll yeah, just like today. The moment that we get done with it, then I'll start rendering the video, and it'll be posted within the next 24 to usually around the next 24 hours. So if you don't get a chance to see it Saturday night, then it'll be for replay sometime on Sunday.
Great,
All right.
great.
Another topic that I want to touch on in the near future has to be the William Morgan and the Eloy Gutierrez Menoyo relationship, and how all of that is being redefined with the new documents coming out, you know, at the beginning. And I've read a lot, and, you know, for example, if you guys can see this, these are the 2 books that are out on Major William Morgan, and he was out of Toledo, and he went and he all of a sudden he shows up at the Escambray and joins Gutierrez Menoyo's guerrilla group, you know, and he helps train and foment the revolution from their end. Bear in mind that the Escambray was closer to Havana than the Sierra Maestra, which is on the eastern portion of the island. So the first guerrillas and combatants that reached Havana, you know, were Gutierrez Menoyo's men. Now, I happen to have a close relationship with Gutierrez Menoyo's daughter, okay, because we had a transaction, a real estate transaction between the 2 of us, and she told me, look, you know, there's a lot of things that we don't know about my dad, and I told her, well, you know, they're coming out in the new documents. If you want to know about your dad, you know, there are a ton, and I'm still collating and interpreting and putting the timeline together. And these 2 books, obviously, you know, are very important, but these 2 books were written before all these documents came out. And so regarding this Morgan, it looks more and more to me that he was on the same type of mission that Lee Oswald was when he went to Russia, to the Soviet Union, unannounced, renouncing, his citizenship, being a dishonorable discharge, etc. I mean, there's so many parallels between the two. And I found some documents that reveal, as far as I'm concerned, that Morgan was CIA. And if you look at Fidel's reaction with Morgan, he was executed. Fidel Castro executed him in February of 1961. Okay, and he said it outright. He was CIA. All right, but the government has never admitted it. Nobody has ever. Everybody, has said that he was just a soldier of fortune that showed up over there because one of his friends was killed by Batista's men, and he wanted to get revenge. That's crap, So, Dominuto. So, that portion of the JFK story. I mean, it's not JFK, but it's a Cuba. It's got to do with Cuba, and then the revolution and everything, and this thing about the Morgan. It's pretty sure, as far as I'm concerned, from what I've read, is that he was really on a mission. This wasn't just, a spur of the moment thing for him to show up in Cuba, and do all the, wonderful things that he did for the Fidel Castro revolution, and then all of a sudden he says, "Oh, nee, we're going to go against Castro now." There are a lot of subplots in this story that are yet to be revealed. So that's what we got.
Well, Larry, and definitely, if you want to come on November 13th when we do our one-day, what I call the stimulus conference, stimulating the minds and the research, and it's free to attend for anybody that wants to. You're more than welcome to come on the 13th and talk about that.
Another thing I'm sure a lot of you people have heard about this book by H.L. Hunt, Howard Hunt. Okay, Watergate guy. The new documents are confirming a lot of the stuff that's in this book. All right, just so you people will know, and it's very informative. And like I said, a lot of the stuff. And he wrote this back in the early 70s.
Is that the Give Us This Day book?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm a lot of the stuff in this book is being confirmed right now. Everybody thought this guy was a kook, for writing this book, and that's nothing close to that.
I think we need to invest in Post-its just for Larry's own efforts, because I think that stock's going to go up based on all the reading you do. With all the Post-its you put on the books. Look at that last one. I mean, God, that's like you got more Post-its there than pages.
Oh yeah, I have to. Yes. Well, each one of those is a mark where I can confirm with a document from the new documents that have come out. That's what. Yeah, so that's what we got.
All right, well, appreciate that, Larry, and we look forward to spending the evening with you next Saturday night, and then
Thank you.
Hopefully we can have you on the 13th as well, and see what kind of information you've got for us.
Thank you, people. Thank you, everybody. See you guys later.
All right. So let's see here.
All right.
Well, anybody else have anything that they would like to share or talk about?
Is something.
Uh-oh.
Damn, Art. Well, anyway, I let me just go to kind of banter here a minute. Again,
I think Bruce de Torres was putting his hand up there.
Yeah,
well,
I don't know.
Bruce is going to speak on the 13th as well. So, and I not only do I want him to speak on the 13th at our one-day conference, but if you want to call it a conference, one day kind of I don't want to say a water cooler talk, but it's going to be entertaining. There's going to be a lot of information being given by a lot of different speakers. But I do want to talk to Bruce on a spotlight series about his book because I'm right in the middle of reading it, and it's a damn good book. I know Casey's already read it, and he's going back through reading it again. Did you want to say something, Bruce?
Yeah, just how excited I am to talk on the 13th, and what an honor that it is. And hope everyone here arranges their lives accordingly to be present.
All right. All right. Well, and like I say, I think, like I say, check the website on projectjfk.com on the events tab. There will be more information, list of the speakers that I know that are confirmed that's going to be speaking with us that day and talking. And then, like I say, put it on your calendar. And unlike the other conferences this year, this one's, like I say, it's free to come to. So what the hell, come in and hear what people have to say, and then stimulate the conversation. Let's see here. Bill, I haven't. What have you been up to? I know it's been a couple months since we've been on. Any new things that you're playing around with?
Well, I've been working really hard on the reporters that covered the assassination in particular, and with a special focus on Dallas. Reporters Tommy who got inside. I'm sorry. I'll keep it short then. With a special emphasis on Kent Biffle and Tom Allier, who got inside the building. Allier's material is really provocative because he took video. And I just found a document yesterday that said that when the rifle was actually documented on film, he wasn't allowed to do it himself. The Order Service agent, unidentified. And that Boone took the camera from Allier and said, I'll make sure, since this is our investigation, this so-and-so can't stop me. And he used an expletive. And then apparently Boone took the photo. And then when you take a look at the photo, you see two guns in the photo. You see the Mannlicher, but you also see another rifle underneath it. And you can find this on YouTube. It's part of the Roger Craig discussion. Somebody outlines the second rifle in red. Very, very provocative, having these two pieces of information together for the first time, that Boone actually took the crucial piece of footage.
If you study the film, sorry to interrupt, if you study the film with regards to that moment, yeah?
Yes, it's fascinating.
It's interrupted 3 times. It's in 3 takes, okay? So it is not a live event. It's in 3 separate takes stuck together as such.
There's so much with the Allier material that needs to be analyzed. I've got the JFK facts memo that he wrote some time ago that I'm going to post online for our conference so people can see it. And then kind of the reverse of Allier. Allier and Biffle both got in the last seconds before they locked the door. I don't think Allier is a rat, but I think Biffle is a rat. And because Biffle, among other things, interviewed Oswald and Marguerite 4 years before the event. And he heard the comments from Truly about Oswald being missing. And then he says it only dawned on him later that all this happened, that he knew what Lee Harvey Oswald was. And then you put this in contrast to other people like Thayer Waldo, who got a tip from the Secret Service that Charles Gibbons saw Oswald shoot from the 6th floor. And then Mark Lane got a hold of that tip and published it. And then, the Secret Service man was cross-examined. He stuck to his story. Thayer Waldo stuck to his story, that's the story he was fed by the Secret Service man. And Gibbons, in the meantime, changed his story from where he saw Oswald from the 1st floor to seeing him go up to the 6th floor at noontime. You can imagine the pressure Gibbons was under. And now we know that it was orchestrated by one of the Secret Service men, Mike Howard, and his brother, who was a cop in the Dallas suburbs. And finally, Mike Howard is still up to this nonsense to this day. Jeff Morley writes about how Howard is now peddling a story about how, in fact, Oswald's picked out the FBI, and it said that Oswald said he was going to shoot LBJ and Jim Hosty and John Connolly because of all the things they did to undermine him in the days before the assassination. And Howard's peddling the story all over the country 58 years later. So why he's not under indictment is something I think we should consider. He's the guy actually who got Jeff Meek to write, excited about the case again and to write his new book. None of this Mike Howard book stuff is in the book because I told Jeff what I just, but that's how deep the disinformation goes. And the media plays a role in this, and I got a lot more to say on it.
Yeah, there's this whole thing about Givens, by the way, but everybody needs to know is that Givens was caught with 2 ounces of weed.
Marijuana.
Yeah. And
So now he's a narcotics peddler, right?
So, and Ganaway knew about this, and he basically wrote in a memo and said, "Oh, we can get him to change the testimony because
I want to see that.
He's got a narcotics violation." On
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
That document good.
Yeah. You know, one thing about that film that Bill was referring to, it shows where they're ostensibly picking up the weapon from its hiding place. And it's noticeable. I haven't seen a really good copy of that yet, nor have I studied it in enormous detail, but you can see the person who Bill advises me is Day, who I think is a suspicious character, came up with fingerprints the FBI couldn't find, for example. Anyway, Day takes out a magnifying glass, and he's looking at the portion of the weapon in the picture. And it looks like the same area where it said made Italy and C2766. And so that Gaines says the identification mistakenly as a Mauser, because here's a guy his job is to be identifying the weapon, and he's looking at it with a magnifying glass. So that even in and of itself, that's kind of an interesting observation.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, the thinking is about the Mauser issue that, well, it's kind of dark up there. It's shady. You can't see a lot of good stuff. Everyone was much more familiar with the concept of what a Mauser was versus a Mauser Carcano, which probably nobody had even heard of, you know, in that area, generally speaking, I mean, Dallas. So, yeah, there's more to be gleaned from those films.
Well, I put a really good copy up online in my Lone Gunman video channel, and that came from Malcolm's collection. And this is a tape with commentary by Al Ye while the film is going as such. I think it's about 25 minutes or something like that, half an hour.
Good. That sounds great.
Yeah, that's online. I think I put that up there for about, I don't know, a year and a half ago or something like that. But to me, it was the best bit of footage that was around. And also the good thing about it is that he does the commentary while it's playing as such. He's being interviewed, but at the same time, he also gives commentary about the footage as such. So that's really interesting. I mean, the thing with Al Ye, for me, is about the fact that he pointed out that the DPD did way too much lying as such. That was the main thing about him, because he believes that Oswald did it. Yet at the same time, he just, all the stuff that he saw happening on that floor and how it was represented to the outside world, he goes, that's total rubbish. You know, that's one thing is the observation about the shells.
The shells.
That
Could you describe that for everybody
pocket.
here? Could you describe that for everyone here about the shells?
Well, basically, the shells were lying next to each other in really close vicinity, and Fritz took the shells and put them in his pocket, his jacket pocket. And then at some point they got the photographer in, and then at that point they said, yeah, but the shells are missing, blah, blah, blah. So you need to, and that's when Fritz tossed the shells basically back on the floor. So what you're looking at in the photograph of the 3 shells is basically after Fritz had thrown the shells on the floor in the so-called sniper's nest. So
Al Ye had a real problem with that. And you know what else is interesting about Al Ye is he was part of a JFK group in Oklahoma in the 1990s with people like John Armstrong. and with people like Shirley Martin, who was one of the foremost early investigators in the
Awesome investigator.
and awesome investigator. And
Yeah. Balls. She had balls. She
several
just
other
got in the car,
in the
took her
Oklahoma
kids,
area.
and
And
just drove
Allier
down.
joined the group because frankly, that's right, just followed the
Sorry.
story. And so Allier's in the thick of this story because of his relations with the research community, which are not hostile. And he does not believe, as Bart just pointed out, Dallas cops are telling the truth on everything. And I have some reasons why he, I think, misinterpreted it. And I think he also had some real problems with this case as more and more things came. He realized he was in two-part and withdrew from public view in the late 1990s.
Is he still around?
I think he's dead. Well, we can't prove it yet. He was still alive in 2011. He'd be 98 years old now.
Oh,
I think he died. I think I remember reading that fairly recently.
Yeah.
well,
That's
then
what I
in that
think.
case, he still has the film. He took
Well,
all the film footage with him.
Yes, and I've got. We do have access to a lot of it.
Well, you know, in connection with the,
But as to all, this is another area that I wanted to close with, is that we ought to try to run down the last pieces. Some of it, a lot of it's with the review board, and they've got it. But as soon as he gave it to the review board, he got into a big snarl with them about
I've seen the
copyright issues.
I've seen the material. I'll see if I can paste it in at least to a folder I've got with some documents for with the ARB and the handwritten note of him handing it over and so forth. Blah blah blah.
Bart's done a good job on
That's
this. I've read
one
your
thing
stuff.
I'd really like to. I'd love to get a digital copy of that. That and the Cook and the Cooper film that the ARB got back in the 90s that was given to them, because that shows footage of Carolyn Arnold and several other people from the Texas School Book Depository basically walking forward and so forth. And it was like in the minutes after the assassination that he came and started filming everything that was close by to the Texas School Book Depository at that point. And it was only discovered in the 90s. Sorry?
I'm working with an Oklahoma investigator who's part of that group with Allier. He said he lost touch with Allier too, but he's got a lot of the Allier materials, including audio tape, hour and a half from
Really?
1985. Yeah, so he's going to put it online. That's what
Bill,
I'm.
Bill, I thought we had, I thought we were in touch with Allier for the mock trial.
No, we never made contact. We tried and tried, never
Oh,
made
okay.
contact. Yeah,
I want to hear that stuff.
yeah. I think we're going to
Yesterday.
get it online. He's got, and he says he'll put it online for us. Yeah.
So
that'd be great.
That'd be good.
You think he may be dead? Because I could find that out pretty quickly on, using my LexisNexis.
Tulsa, Oklahoma area is a place to look.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, while we're on this topic of the films, like you were just talking about, Bill, Casey has a video. I'm gonna have him take and push or hold the DVD up to the screen. Now, a lot of people may not have seen this. The only way we got a copy of it was probably about 2008, 2009. We took a group of students down on a Dealey Plaza bus tour. And there was a gentleman, I cannot remember what his name is, but he was selling, he sold this in Dealey Plaza, not too far from where Robert Groden's at. Casey, show that up to your camera there. And it's called, what's the title on it there? Let me see where you went.
JFK.
Unmute there.
Casey, unmute.
Hold on.
There you go.
Show it up to the screen. Your microphone's not working too well. It's called The Story Behind the Story.
That's a great DVD.
Now, this here is a 2-disc set, and now a piece of film footage that I've used in my presentation on the New Theory, New Weapon. This is now I looked all over for the video, and I found it on YouTube a couple times, and then it gets taken down. But Inspector Sawyer talks about the rifle being found on the 5th floor instead of the 6th floor. And it's a witness to history. I don't know if it's available online. Let me see here, the story behind the story. Let me do a quick Google search and see if that's still on there. But JFK,
there's a version of that was for the 40th anniversary. The Dallas, the book depository, they were selling that in their store.
Yeah,
That
I'm
DVD
looking
is-
online. I see a used copy for $32 on eBay. I don't know where else you can get it at. I'm just doing a quick search on it. But if you haven't gotten a chance to see that film footage, yeah, the footage it's really clear. It
It's great.
tells pretty well what goes on. Yeah, Joe, I know. I think I talked to you about it too.
It has a lot of the local television stuff that you might not find elsewhere.
Oh, that's
A lot,
great.
a lot of BAB, WFAA, a lot of the stuff. If you
Oh, I need to
spend
get a
hours
list then.
looking at the local TV broadcast, somebody put like hours and hours of it on YouTube. I don't know if it's still there or not, but it took them several days to come
Is
to
it the
the
same as David
consensus
Von
that
Haynes
the right-
material, Joe?
Say again?
Is it the same as David Von Payne's material on YouTube?
Could be. It,
I haven't seen it on David's channel. I go on his channel quite a bit when he puts stuff up, but I know that we have a copy of it. Of course, copyright issues. I don't want to throw it up on the YouTube channel
Oh,
because
why not? Come on. I mean,
I'll
swear to
represent
God,
you.
you know what? I mean,
Fair
come
use.
on, throw it out and just dump it. I mean, you know what? I've done that as well. So
Fair use. I'm with you.
it's
Fair
one of
use.
those things where
we're not fucking
I
making
wish-
money.
I wish
Rip it.
everybody could see that copy because when we first saw it, of course, I had a portable DVD player or my laptop, whatever the hell I had on the bus ride home. And, of course, instead of listening to all the kids screaming and talking loud and shit, I just put my headphones on and watched it. But it's some of the best footage and the stuff is clear. So if you do get a chance to get that copy, the story behind the story, JFK, find it on Amazon. I don't know.
It
if
gets a
Amazon has
star
it.
and a
I think
half
they
on
have.
Amazon.
But if you happen to find it, buy it. It's one of those. It's a good film to have. And like I said,
I can get
it's-
one for 19 pounds. So that is $28, maybe under 30. So
Unfortunately, well, I don't know if it's region coded. I'm sure. Well, then again, I mean, it was sold, at Dealey's, so it may or may not be region coded where you can view it on one of the machines in the
doesn't
UK.
matter. I'm gonna rip it anyway. So
That works. Well, rip that son of a bitch and put it out there for us.
fuck it.
And of course, Casey's having a little bit of microphone problems. I'm going to have to go over to his house and set him up a direct microphone because I know this has happened before too. I'll have to go over and fix his mic. But yeah, absolutely. It's one of those things where I was just thinking about it when Bill was talking about it as far as Iaea's film footage, and it hit me. I was like, wait a minute, and yeah, Joe's got it up on the screen there too.
It's from WFAA. That's what it says on the back of the cover. WFAA TV.
Oh,
So yeah, that's all they're using.
oh,
Okay. Well,
But I know where that stuff is, the original stuff.
oh, do you?
well, getting back to the crime scene footage for a moment, just in spite of the alleged reconstruction of the crime scene, etc., where is the paper bag? Nowhere
LA
to be
doesn't know
seen.
anything about it.
Nowhere to be seen, right? It doesn't show the paper bag.
The paper bag was there. LA knows nothing about the paper bag to speak.
Yeah.
It came out of the DPD's ass. That's where it came from.
That's right.
So, there's absolutely nothing else, basically. The whole bag thing is just a fugazi of the highest order. So, yeah.
Fugazi.
Yeah, fugazi. Yeah. The whole thing is just so fake. It's just
Is
not
that
fun.
like an Italian slur, fugazi?
No, yeah, for fake merch. Fugazi. Fugazi. Yeah.
Like it.
Yeah, for valuable things in this LA, it's a fake. So instead of saying fake, no, it's a fugazi. So,
Fugazi.
but no, the whole thing with the bag, I think on at Reopen Kennedy Case Forum, we had a thread about that not too long ago, and it's just really hard to reconcile the material that they actually come up with, and you know what, in conjunction with the rifle, especially, it's supposed to be a so-called well-oiled rifle in a bag with absolutely no oil stains anywhere to be found, and you know, it was quite a messy affair when it comes to the evidence and the bag as such. And none of the pictures show that damn thing either. So,
Yeah.
you know, and when certain people have been asked and go, did you see a bag? What bag? So boom, there you go. It's just like, yeah, were you there with the first group? Yeah, I was part of that. We stood in the sniper's nest. So was you know, Roger Craig didn't see it. So you know, I mean, lately I've just seen a few things on Will Fritz that are just incredibly interesting, and where he just a blatant liar at the Warren Commission. And then Greg Parker started digging a bit deeper, and you find all these old FBI reports from the 40s, because, you know, I've been in that position already for more than 20 years when it all happened. And, you know, basically Hoover isn't happy with Fritz's cooperation, and they get zero answers to requests and so forth. And he's just difficult to deal with even back then. So it's like 20 years before the Kennedy thing, they already had quite a negative opinion on Will Fritz. So you
That's
know,
interesting.
yeah. But
I heard that Fritz retired and he went to live at the Adolphus Hotel in the penthouse for the rest of his life. Yeah, and he wouldn't see anybody. He wouldn't give any interviews or even talk to anybody about the assassination after that.
I know. Yeah, I've got an HSCA interview that I found, and he just blew everything off. And you know, even though they tried to put 5 pages together with the material and what he would answer, only answer in the vaguest sense of terms. And but you know, he did that during the Warren Commission testimony as well, and say, oh, "I'll get back to you about that," such and such. And of course, that never happened.
I think it's fair to. There's 2 big things to say about Fritz. One is I think he's a direct perpetrator of the death of Lee Oswald by the way he handled things in those crucial seconds.
Mhm.
And second is that, you know, black people in the 50s and 60s had protests of thousands of people protesting against the way Fritz and the other people in homicide were framing black people who were executed in Dallas during that era.
And Wade was helping everything out with, you know, with convictions, obviously.
And
That's
a
right.
98% clearance rate, yeah. Where the fuck do you get that? I mean, these days, any police force does about half of it. It clears half of the cases, 50, 60% if they're lucky. Dallas does about half of it, 50%. If Fritz and his method and his rate was so incredible, yeah, then you think like, how comes that way, that process of what Fritz had isn't being repeated as such? Because apparently it kept crime at bay. He was solving an average of 2 murder cases a week.
Well, that's because of his attorney.
Well, Fritz tried to make Frazier sign a confession the night of the assassination. They had him in there for the second time. They bring him in for polygraph, and he brings a confession he wants him to sign. And Wesley Frazier reads it and says, "It's ludicrous. I'm not going to sign that." And Fritz got mad and stormed out of the interrogation room. You know.
And there are many cases where this is being done, especially southern states. And you got Gus Rose doing the same thing a couple of decades later.
Yes. Rose.
In God, what's his name? That documentary, Making a Murderer.
The Blue Line.
That's what it is. Yes.
The Thin
that's
Blue
it.
Line.
It's the Thin Blue Line. Yeah, that's it. So he does uses the same tactic as such. So yeah, interesting. The whole Dallas police thing is quite interesting. I still want to go through the archives there when I get there, ever in Dallas, and try and find out things before and after. So I need to know about the Criminal Intelligence Division, because they were sent out on the warpath in January and February, and they did things that aren't really kosher, but they kept a really close eye on all the people off the Texas School Book Depository after the event as such, and how deep.
The Texas Portal of History. You ever go to the Texas Portal of Texas History?
I tried.
Yeah, it's not perfect. It's got advanced search and all that, but it's far from perfect. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's I mean, it's got some good things here and there, but There's got to be some other stuff. I don't know if they've got physical files still in an old archive lying about or whatsoever that is not Kennedy related, but would just basically.
I wouldn't be surprised at all. Didn't they find backyard photos of a reenactment by the Dallas Police Department when one of the
Yeah.
police officers passed away?
They did.
I mean, that's
The
huge.
ghost, and the ghost image also. Where they have
Yes.
the backyard photo with nobody, just the outline
Yeah.
of the cutout.
Yes, yes.
Hey, Bill, it looks like, as far as I can tell, he's still, Ali is still alive. He was born in 1922.
That would make him 99.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be him. Is he still alive?
They don't have a date of death. They just have his Tom P. Allier in Tulsa.
The photographer.
Yeah.
Yeah, the WFF.
Well, he'd be a great guy to get on tape if he's still compos mentis.
Right. No, we should definitely get him on tape one more time. This 85 tape, I'm very excited about. I found out about it last night. That's where I'm going.
I'm looking up for his property, see if he's still,
Yeah, we'll send a snatch team in tonight.
I thought
Yeah.
that was.
Let the hoodoo begin.
well, as late as 2014, he still had property.
And he's interviewed in 2013.
Yeah.
So I just don't know.
In fact, I found him on Facebook and I messaged him. He never answered.
I mean, I'm looking at the tax assessment records.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of dead people on Facebook.
Yeah, that's right.
Even some live ones.
Oh, there's a lot of dead people that vote still, remember? So
Millions of them, millions and millions.
By the way, since the Braves are in the World Series, I learned that there's 3 things I can't say anymore. I can't say off the reservation.
No.
I can't say Indian giver.
Nope.
And I can't say bottom of the totem pole.
Nope. Those are all off limits.
What's the American explanation for Indian giver? What is that? Like giving something and then taking it back, or is that
Yes,
it?
We gave a lot of stuff
Really?
to Indians and took it back.
Yeah, well, we like
what? In
treaties.
the UK, they basically say the same thing, same meaning, but not American Indians, but
Yeah.
Asian Indians as such.
Wow.
I don't know if
Americans
there's
are
any
not
other-
pleased with the way we
meaning,
handled our treaties.
If you're aware of any other Native American sayings that I should not say because I'm a little bit of a tin ear on those kinds of things, let me know. So I've identified now the 4th one for Bart, Indian giver. So there's 4 things I can't say now.
But I don't think that's because we gave them things and took them back. I think it's because we would receive things from them and the Indians would take it back because they had a completely different cultural thing about ownership. That everything was trading. So if they gave us a gift and they saw us, pick up something of theirs, then they got their thing back. It's that's why. So Indians took back what they gave us, is what I think.
Oh, that's surprising to me.
well, I just want to know all the money that I give to the Indian casinos when I go and visit them. Do I get that back, or
Yeah, definitely.
no? Give me a coupon if nothing else. I'll be good with that.
So there's nothing, I see nothing about Tim dying, and it looks like, there's no change in residence. So, keep working, Bill.
Yeah, it's
Give it
a
a go.
comical hunt. But
Bill,
you
have
can't
you
go
used-
wrong studying these reporters.
Sorry, have you spoken to Kent Bibble's son?
No, I know he's alive, and that's kind of like the last step. I need to finish my homework before I do that.
Oh, I only want one thing, so I don't care about anything else. I just
What do you want?
I want a picture of the goddamn notebook.
You want
That's what I
that
want.
whole interview's a phony? Yeah.
No. I don't want to know whether it's phony or this, that, and the other. I want to know what he wrote down while he was inside. I know that he's been talking to Mrs. Donald Baker. He's on film as such. He's shot inside TSBD while he's interviewing her. Mrs. Donald Baker is also known as Virgie Rackley. And Rackley
Right.
was, for instance, who saw a shot going to the grass on the left-hand side down Elm. And she, near that bit where it apparently bounced off as such, or shot off. And she also gave Molina, was part of giving Molina a hard time because she went, well, I don't know for sure about Molina and this and the name, and he's getting these strange phone calls and blah, blah, blah. So before you know it, you know, Molina snitched out by one of the other employees without actually saying as such, but the police jump on that, of course. So yeah, that notebook and only those pages that just deal while he's inside the TSBD, that'd be gold to me, baby. That's
Well, you should call him up and ask.
You keep breaking
Because
up.
when I call him, I'm getting hard questions. By the way, I was saying you should call the son and ask him before I do, because I'll probably ask him tougher questions than you will. Let me ask you this. Did you ever consider the possibility that Oswald was a spy on Molina?
Greg Parker said this as well, but there's fuck all that points to that direction as such. I mean, in the combination with Bill Lowry, I think it's a bit far-fetched, but it could be.
Lowry was following Molina for 5-10 years. Molina was in the center of the Communist Party's sites for all those years, and the FBI sites.
And he was completely innocent. And they kept on hunting him. And even though it was held against him that he was part of that, even though he was already 18 months out of that organization when they got picked up as such. And on top of that, he also said, like, I've got nothing to do with the Communist Party and the people that are trying to infiltrate it as such. And
that's right. He had nothing to do with the Communist Party.
Exactly. And Bill Lowry confirmed that. He said he's got nothing to do with the communists whatsoever, etc., etc. I mean, Lowry
well, it's because Lowry kept trying to recruit him. Lowry kept trying to recruit him, couldn't do it. And what I keep thinking is Oswald might have been told by somebody to keep an eye on Molina. As simple as that.
Could be.
Yeah.
Bill, looks like Allier sold his house. It looks like his wife may have died in 2015, and then he quitclaimed his house to someone else. So he may be at home.
Listen, I wanted to ask you guys, anybody familiar with this book, the Oswald Code?
Yeah, that's Weberman's book.
Right. With the interpretations on Oswald's address book and everything, you know, some of these are kind of off the deep end, you know, but
yes.
There it is, for whatever it's worth, you know.
It's total shit. It is.
Money down the drain.
It's total shit.
Money down the drain. I know.
Tell us what you really think.
He pretends he sees there's a name in Oswald's book. I forgot it now.
Yeah, she definitely does.
Joanides or something like you know, it's total crap.
Wow.
Nothing I would take to the bank.
I do want to throw this out there, especially like, you know, anytime we're doing our meetings or like when we're doing like the conferences. I know if you ever look at the, some people may know this, some people may not. If you look at the bottom left corner of like down where your name's at, it'll have like 4 bars, kind of like how a phone does. It kind of tells you what your bandwidth is if you're getting good signal. So some people, if I know like Bill's cuts out, I know Brooks cuts out sometimes too. But I was gonna say, if you get a chance to actually plug in an Ethernet cable instead of using Wi-Fi is great. Unfortunately, with Wi-Fi, it's not stable for Zoom. So if you get an opportunity to plug in a Ethernet cable from your modem into your computer, you'll have a lot stronger signal. So instead of going like an average of around 10 to 25 megabytes per second, usually you can bounce up to over 100 to 250. So just throw that out there. If anybody,
where do you find this?
Zoom.
Where do you find this information?
That's really easy to ascertain. It's really simple. Just Wi-Fi is because several other applications or appliances are basically accessing the same Wi-Fi. If your TV goes through the to the modem as well, like I do, I've got fiber connector. If you put your telly out, right, you just gain 5 MB just there, right there and then. Just turn it off. If you don't need it, just turn it off, and you
Right.
gain in bandwidth. And if
Yeah,
you have Wi-Fi, your kids have the phones and this, that, and the other. Yeah, of course, it gets chopped to bits.
Where do
tell
you
the kids to
find
get
it? Where
out.
do you find this?
Well, like, okay, like every time that you see somebody speaking and
Yeah.
it switches over, you'll see at the bottom left corner,
Yes.
right above where it says video, and you'll see their name and you'll see the little bars popping up.
Ah,
If
okay.
you're fully white on the bars, if I'm not mistaken, if you're fully white on all the bars, instead of having the yellow popping up, or whatever the hell color it may be on your screen. But yeah, like I say, I noticed that if you run a direct Ethernet cable into your modem instead of using Wi-Fi, you won't have the bits chopping up, compared to some speakers and some computers that you'll notice it's a strong signal. There's no dropping. So if you get a chance, Ethernet cables held are pretty cheap, and you can get them all the way up to 100 feet.
But make sure it's Cat 6. Make sure it's
Yeah.
Cat.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This
if you
thing on
get
the
it,
bottom, though, this thing on the bottom, this is when someone else is speaking, right? How do you tell when for yourself?
For yourself, I think if you go into, there might be a settings tab. Let me see here. Might be under video settings. I'm not totally for sure if you can. Okay, yeah. If you look, yeah, here we go.
Go to
If you're
YouTube.
looking at your statistics under, yeah, the way I found it, I just did the little up arrow where it says video.
Yeah.
And you'll click on the settings, and it'll show statistics, and it shows, like mine shows network type wired. If I was probably doing it on Wi-Fi, it may show like a graph. I'm not for sure because I don't usually use Wi-Fi when I'm doing Zoom.
Oh, okay. And then
Well, I've got 81 bandwidth send and 800 receive. So that
Right,
seems
so,
pretty low
but-
send. Yeah.
Yeah, your Wi-Fi, especially if you're, depending on if you're on 2.4 or 5 gigahertz Wi-Fi, especially depending on where you're at from your modem, how you could be, a room away from it, but that room away from it, that wall will cut down on your Wi-Fi signal. So when it comes to meetings, or anytime you're doing, like Zoom meetings, like what we're doing, if you can plug in an Ethernet cable, Cat 6 is great. If you can't find a Cat 6, Cat 5 will work as well, but Cat 6 is a better cable. And like I say, they're cheap. How you can pick them up Walmart, Best Buy, Micro Center, wherever you can find one at. Order it on Amazon if you wish.
but David said when I go on the stats, it has CPU, then it has memory. Am I going down the bandwidth? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, if you look at CPU,
Yeah.
memory, let me see here. If you click on, like if you click on video, you'll see like where it says you'll have overall audio, video, screen sharing. If you look at like your latency, anytime you have where it says jitter, you want the least amount of milliseconds as possible. So like my send is 3 and my receive is 0. Well, that jitter is how much, you're basically going through, if it's going to chop up or not. But all these latency, jitter, packet loss, like packet loss right now, I have absolutely 0%, 0.0%. Now, if I was on Wi-Fi and I was too far away from my router, then my packet loss would be, a higher percentage, obviously, than 0. But your frames per
what is
second
latency?
kinda,
What does latency mean?
latency is how many milliseconds it is between the time that you actually, move or say something, is how many milliseconds it actually plays into, kind of like a delay. almost.
Okay.
So
And what's
the lower
a good
one-
number?
Well, anytime you get into latency, you want, if you can get anything below 100 milliseconds, better is 30 or below. But
Say, Bill, did you look at your packet loss? Packet loss? Should
Packet
be
loss.
0. Should be
Okay.
0.
yeah, I
Okay.
notice on Bill's, kind of sometimes where he'll freeze up and then he'll
Yeah.
he'll chop. Are you on Wi-Fi, Bill?
No, I'm at a hotel right now, so I'm using the local.
Okay, you're
Zoom
using
Connect.
the, yeah, well, when you're in a hotel, everybody's using the Wi-Fi.
Exactly.
So it
Yeah.
really makes it,
Oh, yeah,
where,
well,
where it'll chop up, but
Just bribe one of the staff members.
I
so they'll give
upgraded
you the
from that,
Wi-Fi.
and I'm hooked up with the local Xfinity. Yeah, well, it's better than it was before. That's all I can tell you.
well, yeah, absolutely. But I'm just saying, I mean, like
Good.
I'm, pointing one of those things out where I know that I've had a lot of people, they'll text me and be like, what the hell? I can't hear any audio or video. Well,
Yeah,
if you are using Wi-Fi and you don't have enough bandwidth, then you are going to lose, you're going to either lose one or both. You're usually always going to lose video. But sometimes you'll lose audio too, depending on how much signal strength that you have. And you could, like I say, you could be setting.
Well, I'm
20
closing out all
people
my
out.
applications. Yeah.
So, but just, a little bit of techie shit there to throw out at you.
Thank you. That's
That's
always
that's
handy.
useful. That's quite useful.
Yes.
Yeah,
I gotta
Steve-
go, but this has been great, guys, as always. Thank you.
All right. Well, yeah, we're a little over 3 hours now into the meeting. So if, it's been a great meeting. I think we shared a lot of information and, it looks like we still have 26 people online. So,
The thirst for knowledge is great.
it is. And again, I want to apologize for, us having a little 2-month hiatus. Had some personal stuff pop up and, just timing sometimes just doesn't work out. And it's not that, we didn't want to meet with you guys and create the area of getting together and sharing, but as they do say, unfortunately, shit does happen. So, but we are back. And, like I say, this week and the next 2, we're going to be doing something. And then we're still going to do something during the month of December. And I talked to Larry about this, Larry Snaff. December 15th, of course, is obviously when some records should either be released or be notified that they're going to be released. So we're going to have a Zoom meeting on Saturday, December 18th, as kind of a, 3 days from what just happened. And I'm hoping that we'll have some information coming out in the media and on the news of what the hell's going on with the records.
Yeah, and Joe, perhaps you could participate in that to help us understand what was and wasn't released.
Glad to.
Yeah, and again, obviously, anytime you get an opportunity to check out projectjfk.com, look on the events tab. You also will receive an email. I do a big bulk email when something's coming up. You'll be getting one later today for Larry's lecture. That's going to be his Spotlight series video. You'll get an email with an invite. But just because, you may not, the website gets updated before the emails go out. So keep checking it, check it every 2-3 days and just see if something's popped up. But, there's going to be a spotlight for next Saturday night. And then there's going to be the 13th. And if anybody wishes to participate, whether you want to show a presentation, you just have something you want to talk about, email me at projectjfk.com. And I will make sure that we get you on the list for that day.
Dave, did you put the complaint up on the site, the complaint we filed?
No, that's another thing. There'll be updates on Larry's tab. Let me see exactly where Larry's tab's at, but there'll be let me see here. Hold on just a second. Larry's got his section in the blog tab. And there'll be there's downloads there. There'll be the complaint and anything that might be. I know you sent me the article, and then you sent me the video as well. I believe there's a video.
I sent you the article from Politico, the audio from the CBS News with Mark
Right.
Zaid, and you should also have the letter to Biden with the legal memo.
Right, and I have those, and those are gonna be going up on Larry's section, and like I say, he's under the blog tab. So if you haven't had an opportunity to visit his site section or his section on the site, that's where you can find anything that comes from Larry.
And David, we should sometime this weekend circle back about the call to action.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of, get with me, give me a phone call. If you can, and
or if you want to stay on when everyone else hangs up, from this, we could talk right now.
Okay, well, actually, no, I'll give you a direct phone call, if that's okay.
Okay,
Or actually,
yeah,
if you
sure.
want to call me, that either way, if you want to
Okay.
give me a shout when we end.
I'll call you. Yeah.
Okay, that sounds good. But yeah, Larry's going to be working on kind of a like he spoke about earlier, kind of a letter that you can personalize and then email that out, send it however you want to get it out there, so that way you can send it to your representatives.
David,
So,
can you hear me?
go ahead, Gary.
How are you?
It's good to see you.
Hey,
Hey, I heard about Larry Rivera and you're working on this 3D project, Dealey Plaza. Is that
Yeah.
right? Both
Well,
of you?
Larry's working on it. Yes.
Yeah, okay. Ask him if he's not still on. If he
I'm
can-
here, I'm
there he
here, I'm here, Gary.
Hey, how you, buddy?
Hey, how you doing?
Good. There are 3 yellow marks on the curb, or were on the day of the assassination. Are you familiar with those?
Yeah, the yellow markings?
Yeah, they're about 2 or 3 foot long. And
Yeah,
there's space down there.
sure, very familiar.
Can you put those on there?
I sure can.
Okay,
I can
They-
text you that part, of course.
okay. They
That's a
show
great idea. That's a great idea.
they show up to scale on Robert West. He did the survey of Dealey Plaza, and
Mhm.
I think they're important. And I hope you'll put them on there.
Well, what's your opinion of those markings?
They had to do something with the
Timing.
yeah.
Mhm.
but John Orr, I asked John Orr about that, and he saw, I think he said they were there. There was an overhead of Dealey Plaza before that day, and they were there. So we don't know when they were put on the curb.
Well,
Someone
some-
thought they put it the day before.
Yeah, somebody said they were still wet.
Yeah, well, I can tell you who that was. Beverly Oliver, who said her shoes got stained by them. That she still has the shoes.
Okay. Well, anyway, I think they have to do.
Go ahead, Gary.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Gary.
I was just going to say real quick that with Tink Thompson's book and the late shot to Kennedy's head, this kind of matches up. There's 3 of them, and that last one is pretty close to the last shot.
Mm-hmm.
Give it consideration anyway.
No, absolutely. I believe that those were specific markings for operatives. Obviously, in synchronized triangulated gunfire, there's got to be not only radio transmission but also visual cues, and that's obviously a factor in this whole thing, I believe.
I look forward to your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary.
Hey,
Appreciate it.
Larry S.,
Yes.
good work.
Oh, thank you.
All the time. I think you're doing great. Keep it up.
Thank you. Is that a Houston Colts hat that you're wearing?
No, this is a World War II. That was the original emblem on the World War II planes.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
Oh,
They just, they quit using it because this looked too much like the meatball that was on the
the Japanese zero. Yeah.
Uh-huh. And I got this at the World War II Museum. down in
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, that's a great museum. I mean, everyone
Yeah.
should go to that museum.
It's great. Yeah. All right. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
I'm gone. All right.
All right. Well,
Who's laughing? Oh,
Just the way you came up and it was just a big picture of you, and you just came up with, it was.
Well, it's been nice
definitely,
having dinner with Bart again.
Yes.
What were you having?
it's 10:15 here, so yeah,
Yeah.
it's time for a
Oh,
late
you're
evening
having a late
snack.
dinner. Late dinner, huh?
Simple as that. I didn't have dinner, so because it was at 7 o'clock it started, so
Yeah.
and my girlie is out partying, so can't be cooking and doing this at the same time. So I thought, well, biscuits, and slices of ham it is. So be it.
Well, I want to thank everybody for joining us today, and we look forward to seeing everybody that can attend next Saturday evening, and
you.
also on the 13th. I think it'll be a fun day. And if you remember joining in during the spring conference that we had back in April and May, where we ended the day with, you know, kind of, I don't know if you want to call it water cooler talk, or we were having our, like what we did when we got in person at the bar. We're going to have a section of that too. So I think, like I said, it's going to be a laid back day, but we're going to, like I say, we're going to start at 9 a.m. I think is going to be the exact start time. I don't think it'll be any later than that. Might be earlier, but you know, it will go until we don't have anything else to say. So
That portion
you know,
of that portion should be unrecorded, by the way.
well, you know what? Even though
Just don't know what, you know, if it's a water cooler, if it's a water cooler.
You weasel! Unbelievable. Just speak freely. That's it.
even though you
Fuck 'em
say
all.
that, we had some of the best banter back and forth. I mean, and that, like I say, the video of that will be surfacing soon. God damn it, soon. But yeah, I think we had a great discussion, and a lot of ideas were shared that, you know, it was kind of off the cuff. And sometimes when you just get a group of people and they get a chance to speak whatever's on their mind, and then we lead from one topic to another, that's great information to have, and it's great information to share. So
Well, I tell you, Bart was very disciplined today, because I tried to troll him a couple times and he wouldn't go for it.
Yeah, I know. But anyway, I was going to suggest, here's an idea to simmer about and think about, is that there needs to be a database made, some sort, of which archives and what materials and what is accessible and so forth, because you're all spread out all over the United States. So for some of you, there's might be easier to access certain archives and find out what is there in a physical shape issue. So you need to have a database that can be shared freely, and information can be added on and so forth. And also help you weaponize a little bit, just to basically be better informed with regards to what's available and so forth. I
And
mean, I think that's
along those lines, there's a lot of ARB material at the Clinton Library that is not online. So if anyone
But it's
lives,
everywhere. It's everywhere. That's the
I'm
thing.
saying, but the Clinton
That's what I'm
Library-
trying to basically get to, because then you can say, well, there's some stuff over there, and it can be in Miami, it can be in Dallas, it
but
can be
I'm
in
saying
Washington.
from the Clinton presidency, there's a lot of ARB stuff that is not on Mary Farrell. They're in boxes. And so people that might live in Arkansas or close to Arkansas, that might be a good trip, because there's like 100 boxes of ARB material. And only some of it's online. I went through some of it, some of the briefs, or some of the, you know, stuff that went back and forth between the ARB and the president's office. That's where it is.
that may be a trip that me and Brian and Casey can take, because from where we're at down to, well, I know from here to Fayetteville is like maybe 4 hours. I don't know where the Clinton Library is.
Because I went to the online portion, but there's lots of boxes that are not online.
Oh, but damn. Okay, yeah, we need to check that out and see what's down there.
Yeah,
I just want to see a list of every archive that has.
Yeah, that's a really good suggestion. We, you know, and then an index.
Exactly. And then, you know, whoever wants to go after it, then at least they have the information
available. Bart, I asked you whether Malcolm had gone to Senator Dodd's
I'll ask him.
Because if not, then I'll go, because I'm, you know, with his committee about the guns and stuff, you know, if the LaFontaines had suggested that perhaps Oswald was working for their committee, the Senate committee that was investigating the gun running.
Is this Dodd, D-O-D-D?
D-O-D-D, yes.
But regarding the weapons investigation about sale of weapons in the U.S., that was a Peter Dale Scott discussion. He doesn't go into it in detail, but the connection between, for example, ordering guns in the mail.
Yeah, and the reason Senator Dodd was concerned about that was there was this flood of cheap foreign rifles coming into the country, and a lot of the gun manufacturers located in Connecticut. And so it was detrimentally affecting his constituents' businesses. So he was trying to crack down on these mail order foreign rifles.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Such as Melicor Carcanos,
Exactly,
because
exactly.
that was flooded the market
Yeah, they had,
overseas.
yes, they had a flood of these cheap foreign rifles coming into the US, and there was a major drop in the purchase of domestic manufactured guns. So that's why Dodd, that's the real story behind his commission's investigation. He was protecting his constituents.
Yeah, that's interesting.
So I know it's in University of Connecticut, I think. So I was going to go up, but if Malcolm's already gone there, then that's good. If not, then I'll have to go up there and browse around and see if there's anything in there about Oswald.
Let me,
Larry,
you can tell
Larry,
me back later on, and I'll talk to him about it.
Larry, were you holding something up there, Larry?
Snap? No.
Did you hold something up there?
It was the LaFontaine book, Oswald
Yes.
talked.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
And,
Yeah, and they opened it.
And the one that you were talking about now was Deep Politics, the first one. Peter
Oh,
Dale
it's in
Scott.
that
Yeah.
book?
Yeah, that's the one on the investigation of the mail order thing and
Yeah.
everything.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'll take a look, because, okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, because LaFontaine's opened their book up with that, that raid on the
Yeah,
weapon, the depot.
Louisiana, the Louisiana raid?
No, the one in there was a weapons raid in an armory in Texas. And they,
Well, that was supposed to be a burglary.
yes,
And that was being investigated by the ATF.
yes. And so the thinking was Oswald might have been involved with that. I guess it was the guy that looked like Oswald. What was his name? Mason?
Mason.
Yeah, Mason. They were suspected Mason of being one of the gun runners or one of the ones that were.
Yes. And the ATF agent in question said that Mason bore a strong resemblance to Oswald.
Yes.
Yeah, which is utter rubbish.
No, I don't think that's rubbish. I know
Look
it
at
was
the
Mason.
picture
Mason
of
was.
that bloody clown. It's utter bollocks. He's got nothing. I think, what's his name? Newman, who stood underneath Zapruder, looks more like Oswald than John Thomas Mason.
But Masson was one of the two gun shops in Dallas that sold that ammo.
That doesn't prove anything.
No, I'm just suggesting that,
Because they were doing a sting
yeah.
and basically nabbing him down, because that's what Hosty and Ellsworth and so forth were dealing with and so forth. And then Ellsworth comes in apparently on the 22nd and sees him inside 317.
Yeah.
That's Fritz's office. And apparently says, oh, he looked like a dead ringer for Oswald, this, that, and the other. And then I see this picture and I'm looking at the facial features and I'm going, NFW. That's what I'd say. So,
I see.
Well, it
yeah,
depends
so
on,
it's as simple as that. Just put a picture of Oswald next to it and put a picture of
there
Marston.
are
Apparently
multiple,
Marston is still alive.
there are multiple pictures. I don't think so.
No, I think he's still alive because he's selling parts for guns,
Let me see.
like scopes and this, all that type of thing. And people have tried to approach him at gun shows as such, but he just went, nah, see you later, blah, blah, blah. I'm not that guy and so forth, this, that, and the other.
Oh,
But yeah, I think Mark
Yeah.
Bridger did. I have got a ton of documents on Marston actually that I discovered through Malcolm's archive.
Was it John Thomas or Thomas John?
John Thomas Marston.
John Thomas. Okay. I'm gonna go look up the public record.
where there are the overall thesis of the LaFontaine's book. I'm not in agreement with particularly, but they turned over a rock about gun running and gun theft and gun sales in the area,
Yeah,
which touches on some suspicious characters. That's all.
yeah.
Yeah, which isn't a lot to go by. Let's face it. I mean,
Not regarding the assassination.
also in that time setting, guns overall quite easy to buy, to get rid of, this, that, and the other. So
Right.
John Thomas, right? You said
yeah, John Thomas Marston.
Mason, right?
That's M-A-A-A,
A-S.
no, M-A-A-S-E-N.
Wait.
Oh, no, that's somebody else.
M.
Hold
What
on.
is,
Let me
what's the
look.
spelling of name? I thought it was
One sec, Give me
MASON.
one sec. Give me one sec.
No, I think it was MASEN.
It's
SEN.
1A. Sorry, it's 1A.
Yeah, 1A.
Okay, let me see what
And
comes up.
EN.
Yeah.
Yeah.
E-
MASEN.
Son of a gun, you're right. He's 81, born 1940.
He's got a website up where he sells all these bits
Ah,
for the
yeah,
rifles and all that.
he's in Grand Prairie.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, he's still around.
Larry,
Yeah.
Larry, can I just ask you a quick question? What database are you looking at to determine who's alive?
LexisNexis.
Sorry?
LexisNexis. I have access to the public records database of LexisNexis as an attorney.
What is that?
So you have to be a US lawyer, do you?
No.
No.
You need a-
You could purchase it.
You need a
It's
subscription.
expensive.
Yeah, it's not cheap.
Yeah,
But-
the other way you could do it, the back way, is if you subscribe to the white pages. They have a premium service, which is relatively cheap, and then you look up people's names and phone numbers.
Yeah, I mean, I
Not as
would say that.
accurate. It's not as accurate as, I found it to be like, I was trying to use it to find that mortician, Thomas Robertson, and it set me on a wild goose chase. So that's why I use LexisNexis.
Okay, thanks.
But if
Can
you
y'all-
try, I have free access. Go ahead, Gary.
Can you see this?
No, you got to move it over more to your left.
Move it toward yeah, hold it up higher. Yeah, it's hard to see.
Yeah,
That's-
there
that's
you
it.
go.
That's it.
There you go. Yeah, that's perfect, Gary.
Oh, is that Mason?
Yeah.
Yes, it's center.
Well, allegedly. I mean, they say that is the picture of
No,
Mason.
I know it's Mason.
Okay, well, there you go.
Okay. Yeah, so that's very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, when someone plugs his when he Googles their name, there's probably a lot of pictures of him.
Well, just one other thing about that situation. Again, not what the LaFontaines are arguing, but that Jack Ruby was no naive schmo from Nowheresville. He had a lot of connections and he had his fingers in a lot of pies, a lot of them illegal, not only illegal, but couldn't have been operating without help from the local mob. So the idea that Ruby was not mobbed up, I think, is ridiculous. He was mobbed up to the eyeballs. How could he even operate that strip show without being in with the mob, which is part of a circuit with New Orleans? So
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's amazing how when I spoke to Bert, the judge, how he was.
Bert Griffin.
Yeah, he still believed that that Ruby was who they said he was, and that.
That's one thing. That's one thing that the HSCA got dead right. They were dead right about that, and that's why the chief counsel there, for whatever his shortcomings might be, he was very experienced at going after mob connections from the RFK Justice Department, which he came out of.
Gary, tell me something. I'll probably send it to you, and a lot of documentation that I sent to you is regards accomplices and acquaintances and friends of Jack Ruby as such. And Bill Alexander did a document that is nowhere to be seen online, and it's a 400-page document, and it's just about names connected with. So Alexander knew his stuff, basically. Yeah, he knew his stuff well, because 400 pages of just summarizations of acquaintances, associates, and so forth. Ruby, or everybody knew Jack Ruby. In the police, the same thing. The police, everybody made it sound like, if he came around once in a while, this and the other. But you must have read, out of all the people, that I don't know how many people knew that guy. He was like almost like a local celebrity. Wasn't he?
Well, he was, and his connections to government people is more important to me.
Yes.
Than the organized crime people. He was very connected.
And with the police, certain police officers.
Oh yeah, well, they were best buddies.
Yeah.
They wouldn't admit it, but they were.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ruby's an enigma as well. Glad I didn't step into that one.
It's interesting, Gary, that your picture that you showed is on the web a lot.
Mhm.
There isn't a lot of other. William Seymour is also another close lookalike. But that's the only photo so far of Mason that I could see on the internet here.
I may have another one or two, but I'd have to dig them out. That one was quick on the web,
Yeah, yeah.
and I have that. Yeah.
Tell you what, I'm gonna paste the link to a tranche of Martian documents. Just give me 1 minute and I'll sort that out.
I know you're not Texan, Bard, but that's Mason,
Yeah. Mason.
not
We say
Mason.
Martian. Yeah, we say
Yeah, no,
Martian.
it's
Mason.
Mason. Like
Hey, Mason, long A. Mason, long A.
yeah.
Because it sounds really Dutch as well.
Yeah.
The name.
You know, and that sting operation on the stolen armaments, it got the operation got blown. And so again, that was suspicious.
Just like the one up in Chicago got blown, right?
Well, you're talking about the assassination attempt in Chicago?
Yeah.
No, I was only talking about the sting operation for the stolen armaments.
Yeah.
The
I'm saying that
investigation by the ATF got
There
blown.
was
Right,
one.
But the investigation, when they went to go to, the radio went off or something that gave the tip off to the guys with the guns that were in Chicago and they escaped.
Yeah, that's something completely.
No, I'm saying, but that's another operation that got blown.
Yeah. I think even Ruby's auto mechanic was involved in transporting some of the guns. Ruby was all over the place in shady circumstances.
Oh, yeah.
Now then, Gary, the gun running element, there has always been a Rubenstein character, and a lot of the documentation, he actually gets mixed up as Jack Ruby himself, but Rubenstein himself was a completely different person, wasn't he?
What?
I've not been able to verify that. That's what people say, and that's what some documents say, but I've not been able to run that down.
Huh.
Right. Okay. I'll have to dig that up.
Jack Ruby was obviously running guns. He was
Yeah,
running them with Tommy Davis. That came directly from a family member, that I talked to. Big time. There was a pilot for Texas Instruments that was running guns with Jack Ruby and Tommy Davis.
So here's an interesting thing, Bart, on your materials. David Montague from the ARB, it looks like he's the one that was following up on Mason. Montague is going to be speaking at the Kappa conference. And we may want to ask him some questions.
Oh, go for it.
Because he's not, this is the first time Montague has reappeared. I tried to get him involved with the mock trial and he ignored me.
Montague.
Montague.
G-U-E.
It's your document dated, the one you provided a link.
Dave Montague.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Yeah,
he's the one that he was the one that had the he's the one that was the point person for the ARB on Mason.
Yeah, he worked for the ARB.
Yeah,
there it is.
Yeah, but he kind of like went into the witness protection program ever since he left the ARB, and he wouldn't even respond to calls or anything. And now suddenly somehow Kappa got him to speak about the records. Where is this Google Drive? Is there is this
Yeah, you have to wait till assassination weekend.
No, I mean, so I see, I can download these from here. Okay. All right.
The thing is that I just need to organize too much over the next few weeks before I release it to everybody, because file naming and organizing, stuff like that. I'll try to get as much done as possible and then whatever.
Oh, and for anybody that doesn't already know, if you go to the chat log that gets uploaded to projectjfk.com's website under the events tab for the replay section, like when Bart puts a Google Drive link up, it doesn't show up as the blue link, but if you highlight the link in the chat log, right click and click go to, then you're actually able to go to the links that if you don't appear for the live portion of our shows, you can go to the chat logs in the replay. And like I say, you can highlight and you can still access those links even if you're not in the room with us right now.
And so I have this page, and do I just download these documents, or do I, what do I do with, never mind.
Right. If you go to the link, well, hold on. Click on the link, you'll see the document. In the top right corner, there are some symbols. And one of them is with an arrow pointing down.
Okay.
You download that, you click on that, and it will download to your desktop or wherever you have your download folder as such.
Oh, cool. Okay. All right. I got it.
So that's how it works. You can
Okay.
just click on the top right arrow that points it down, and you just grab the PDF as such and download it. Sometimes the files are too big to display, like that 400 pages, for instance, and then it just says you can only download it. So, but what you're downloading is just a PDF in every case. So it's all safe. Otherwise, Google wouldn't host it anyway. So.
Interesting. Okay.
But yeah, there's loads coming.
Yeah, Bart's when he puts up links to like Google Drive images or folders, they're invaluable for the information that's in there. And if you ever want to go back and maybe you didn't get a chance to click on one that he's talked about in previous videos, if the links are still available, you can get them from the chat log.
Yeah, Larry, I'll send you some stuff on Montague.
Okay, I have some stuff from the Mary Farrell website. There's an ARB section on Mary Farrell, but I don't have obviously any stuff that was in the Clinton files.
All right. Well,
But send me what you have.
I will. So I'll sort that out. There's a couple of bits here that relate to Montague. All you have to do is send me a name. I mean, the next week or so, if you need anything on a certain name, just forward me the name and I'll have a look.
Someone said in the chat that they have another picture they saw of Mason that looks like Oswald.
Yeah, Lisa Hardy said that.
Yeah, well, that's her
Oh,
opinion.
wait, she said that she thought there was some resemblance.
Montague was also involved with the military intel.
Yes.
Because the ARB spoke to him, blah, blah, blah. A lot with Doug Horn, of course, was involved in all that.
That was the reason I was trying to get hold of him, and he just wasn't interested.
Understood. Yeah. So.
Hey, Larry, you're trying to share something on your screen?
Yeah.
Yes. I am.
Because we're getting it.
I'm not seeing it.
Well, now it's some sort of a glitch with the screen that maybe Gary can fix.
It's funny how we all have our own limitations in different ways on this.
Oh boy. Can you see that?
No, it's still showing the Zoom meeting.
Oh, okay. So how do I share the screen here? Because I have the document here that I wanted to show you guys about Ruby.
Okay. Let's see.
You see, when you're in Eventbrite, everything changes. If you were just on Zoom, I wouldn't be having this problem.
Oh, yeah. Well, there was an option to join in with Zoom, by the way.
Yeah. In the beginning.
Yeah, that's what I did.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, this Eventbrite is dog shit. Let me go.
Yeah,
back.
there we go. That's better. But we're not sharing your computer, but our screen is better each. I guess it was funny. Yeah.
You should. Well, I've never actually went through on our own thing on Eventbrite. I always just use Zoom. But I know the two platforms are a little on the different side as far as when it comes to screen sharing. We'll give Larry a second and see if he can bring it up the other way.
Well, it's real quiet. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Does anybody or is anybody working on Ron Crozier, CIA man out of
Ross Crozier.
Uh-huh.
I've got some stuff on him, I think. Let me have a look.
Okay.
Crozier, CROZIR.
ZIER.
Yeah. That's it.
ZIER, yes.
Crozier, like Crozier Tech. Yeah, I've got Ross Crozier synopsis. I've got a thing of Crozier and Vessian and Bishop. 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, go ahead, Larry.
About 6 files. Want them?
Okay. Yeah, please. It's
All right.
not too much trouble. Thank you.
I'll have it
That's
done in a
all.
few minutes.
Okay. Let me tell you why I'm interested in him. When I pulled my survey file to tell Larry about the marks, Larry Rivera, I ran across the assistant to Robert West and doing the survey of Dealey Plaza right after the assassination. A guy named Chester Brenneman, he was the county surveyor for Eastland County, Texas, which is far west of here. He said that Ross Crozier assisted in the survey there in Dallas and was wearing a bulletproof vest and showed it to Chester. He said his life wasn't worth a plug nickel. I don't know what he meant by that. Yeah. I don't know what those words meant, but I thought it was interesting that the CIA had their man helping with this, from JM Wave, helping with the survey in Dallas right after the assassination.
That's pretty good, actually. That's almost like, what's his name? Ollie Briggs and his involvement with the 6th Floor Museum.
They're all over the place, aren't they?
Yeah, everywhere. They are crawling out of every orifice, or in every orifice, whichever which way you're looking at it.
There's Larry's document. I can see that, Larry.
Okay, Larry, go ahead. We see your document on the screen. Make sure you unmute.
Known as the ASHAM cable. It's about 3 or 4 pages long, but the very first page, okay, this is the non-redacted version. And it says here, they're talking about suppressing the MMM photos, images, which are the Mexico Mystery Man. Okay, we all know who he was. And it says only remaining hope. What happened here is that they were released to the public without the FBI and the CIA and everybody wanting to do this. I believe it was the FBI who released them. But the point number 2 here says only remaining hope would appear to get ASHAM to prevail on commission, not only to retouch the background in the photos, but also retouch the face to a degree obviously not identifiable with Ruby, but also not with the actual subject of the photo. If neither suppression nor effective alteration possible, station plans to evacuate. These were the stations, the base houses that house the video photograph surveillance.
Oh yeah, the equipment.
Limited, Lyric, Lacala, and Lacal installation. So in other words, the shit hits the fan here, and ASHAM turns out to be Dulles. He's the only, person who fits that description. Right. So why is this document so important? Previously, it had been released in redacted form. But now we're getting ASHAM to prevail on the commission retouching the background. But what this tells us that Ruby in Mexico City. What was he doing in Mexico City? But also that they know who the subject of the photo is, you see, but not with the actual subject of the photo. They know his identity. Okay, this guy.
Well, but Larry, as you may be aware, didn't Marguerite Oswald erroneous? You know what I'm going to say?
Yeah. See, I think that Ruby was the man in the Mexico City man.
Yeah, she misidentified that person. Said, "Oh, that must be Jack Ruby."
Well, she also misidentified Marina in June for the lady in the doorway. You know, the woman that you see in the Alchin 6 photograph in the foreground there, in the background. I mean, okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, she was trying to, investigate this on her own and everything. But this document, the non-redacted document, is one of the ones that was released in the dump of 2017-18. Now, I don't think this has really been analyzed, by researchers, and it opens up a whole new can of worms.
So Phillips sword. Phillips is on that ticker down at the bottom.
Yeah, of course, yeah. David Atlee Phillips, who went by the cryptonym Michael Choden, was one of the ones involved, in getting, a lot of this information, in Mexico City, to coincide with what they wanted to do. In fact, he was charged with picking through the Mexican consulate's trash to see if they could find samples of the same typewriter that typed up the consulate application for Lee Oswald, the Lee Oswald that they supposedly had there for his trip to Cuba. So now what's, and they did, this happens like in September of '64, right at the time that the Warren Commission is being published. Now what was David Atlee Phillips doing? Going and picking through trash, from the Cuban consulate there in Mexico City. But the point of this whole thing on the document is, it places Ruby in Mexico City. Why? What is the meaning of this cable here? It's
Yeah, I wouldn't interpret it the same way, but I'm just wondering, have you talked with or have you already sent a copy of this to Jeff and to Bill? Jeff Morley and Bill?
No,
because I'd recommend doing that. I know they'd be intensely interested in it. My interpretation does not lend to Ruby being in Mexico City, but
I'm not saying that he was, but and I've never seen any proof of that. But this particular one, we're talking about ASHAM. ASHAM was Alan Dulles, okay, and there's this document that is here before that. Tells us of a meeting on 14 January 1961 between Littenzro. Littenzro was the president of Mexico at the time, Lopez Mateos, and ASHAM. And ASHAM, it turned out that everything that is, in fact, I believe it was Rex Bradford who deduced that it was actually Alan Dulles. Yeah.
So Larry, on the next page, it says beginning with limited 25 September and others 26, Scantling and Gerenade, who stand to be personally compromised in any police investigation. Who were they?
That's right. Scantling and Raymond Herende were the ones who ran the Liemti. Liemti was the umbrella operation for all of the photo surveillance. Okay, and Raymond, in fact, I dedicate a whole chapter of my new book on the Liemti and Raymond Herende, because the Raymond Herende story is just mind-boggling. His wife was in on this whole operation also. When they get divorced in the late 60s, the CIA has to pay her off because apparently she had some kind of really sensitive information, okay? And she ends up blackmailing the CIA over information that they knew. I don't know exactly what it was, but the documents are there. Okay, and when they split up and they were trying to, have them, they had to sign confidentiality agreements not to divulge anything that they knew about the Mexico City operations, and Raymond Hernandez was actually a Mexican American. He had dual citizenship. He was Mexican, but he was also, I think his mother or his father was American, and his story is just incredible. I've been studying this guy for a long time. And like I said, him and Scantling were the ones who ran the actual nuts and bolts of the operation of supervising the people that were taking pictures and developing the negatives and, and on and on and on. And then preparing the pouches, for the station and everything, so they were the ones that they were the grunts of the operation. Okay.
Look at paragraph 7.
Right. Oh, you have the document there.
Right? Yeah. Which record that companies present at meeting with Chief PBS Wing? Who's that? Is that Warren?
What
Paragraph
document?
7. Paragraph 7.
Of the ASHAM cable?
Yeah.
I don't have. I only have the first page there.
Oh,
here. Okay. No. These are other documents that prove that ASHAM was Dulles here. But let me stop this share.
it says which record that companies present at meeting with Chief PBS Wing and commission staffers when in response to former's anxiety regarding repercussions from public airing Kubark facilities.
Kubark.
The problem with the Mr. Man photo, they did extract out the background of him.
Right.
Because if you have the background of the guy, you can figure out where the cameraman was that took the photo. That's what they were worried about.
They can plot it back, of course. Yeah.
When the HSCA published that picture, they literally carved or cut out.
Cropped out the background. Yeah.
Yes.
It says Mr. Coleman assured that all items in report would have prior approval of Kubark.
Mm-hmm.
That's CIA, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Kubark, yeah. Kubark is CIA, of course.
Yeah. So right there shows CIA had final approval on the Warren Commission.
Mm-hmm. So going back to the discussion there, this ASHAM cable is a very important piece of
yes, it is
documentation that really needs to be explored. I've already extracted all the information pertinent to the Liempty project and the photographic surveillance, all the new information that we have from the 1718 document dump, and
wow,
amazing, just amazing. Now,
so going back to our earlier discussion about the rifts. So when I look at the cover sheet for this document, it says other criteria comments, and that's where it has JFK 12:F23, and it begins a 1993 series.
Right.
So Joe, does that mean this was released before the ARB? This was released, I guess, or given to the ARB, or
its initial release was in 1993.
So this was released to NARA, right?
Yes.
Ah, okay.
But the non-redacted, the complete non-redacted document didn't come out until the recent dump.
Right. I'm just trying to see that this. I'm just trying to understand that very interesting conversation that Joe had earlier.
Documents get released and then in like a redacted postponed form, and then they look at it again and they release it with a little less redactions, and then sometimes they release it open and full with no redactions.
So this one has.
You have to go through the chronology sometimes with documents. Sometimes there's like 3, 4, 5 versions of one.
So here it has an agency file number. So that would be the number that the agency assigned to this document. Is there any rhyme or reason to how these numbers are developed? Like the RIF number?
Can you share your screen, Larry?
I beg your pardon? I'm sorry?
Larry Snap.
Sorry, Larry Snap.
Oh, okay, let me try to, let's see, where is this? Oh, here we go. Can you see that?
Yeah,
There you go.
Okay, so first of all,
That's the RIF number. That came later.
okay, here's
When
the
it was
RIF number,
initially released, you did not have this form on it.
right,
When it
but,
was originally released, it had that 1993 number.
okay, but what is this agency file number? Is this a number?
That agency file number you will see on almost every CIA document. That's really a code number internal to the CIA about the entire JFK assassination declassification project, which
And
is
is there
basically
any-
all
is
the
there any-
documents.
Is there any rhyme or reason as to how this number is developed? Like, do you?
That's internal to CIA. I don't know.
Ah, okay.
See, on RIF numbers, okay, the agency is the CIA. The record number is the RIF number. That's in tune with the JFK Act. Three numbers, 5 numbers, and
Right.
5 numbers. So 104 is CIA. 10068 is a subject. That might be the photographic surveillance or something. And then what 7 is, they have 7 documents at least on this subject. And the middle one, the 68 there, that's the subject.
Okay, now here we have this bottom number, other.
That's the bottom number, the comments number. That was the number it was given when it was initially released in 93, before the review board was created and before those guys got their security clearances and were appointed by this, the Archivists Society and the Lawyers Society and the Historical Society and wherever they came from, and Thunheim. That's from the CIA. There was in the JFK Act, they talk about declassifying some things during certain time frames. And if you release something at a certain time frame, it didn't really go into the RIF system that they were in the process of creating. And the CIA dumped a lot of stuff in 93, and
Yep.
you'll see numbers like that.
But so if there's numbers that predate the ARB that were not, they were like under a FOIA request, would it have a number like this?
No,
It would just have the agency number.
that number has nothing to do with FOIA.
Okay, but it would have, it would have this number though, right? It would have this number on it then?
In regards to when it was
If
initially
you had a
released.
FOIA, if you had a FOIA release.
No,
pre-ARB,
the agency file number has nothing to do with FOIA either. That's
But over-
internal to the CIA, and it was a number or code given basically to all of their records as they were releasing them under the JFK Act.
So when
That's
you
my
say-
understanding of what that, I have a document somewhere that explains specifically
No,
what that number is.
But I'm trying to say, so if I filed a FOIA request in 1980 and I got a document,
Yeah,
that document would not have this number on it, right?
no,
Okay, so there would be a number that is internal to DCI, which they don't reveal.
it was, well, the rhyme and reason for that number and why they created it, all I understand is that the CIA created it, and it's a reference to the declassification of JFK assassination records. They came up with that number at the time in reaction to the JFK Act, really.
Okay. So when they were searching their collection pursuant to ARB, this is how they assigned their number, and then the ARB in turn did the RIF number.
Well, the review board didn't create RIF numbers, really.
Oh, okay.
But the RIF numbers, the system, the JFK Act demanded an identification aid,
Right.
and that became RIF numbers. Now, the RIF number, this 104, 68, and 107, that was probably created by the CIA, but the NARA gave them the framework of RIF numbers.
Right. Okay.
So
But this other number is
They
probably,
gave them this form, and they would just punch this in, and this form would go in every document.
right. But this other number is probably the internal number that they assigned when they were searching their records
No,
to comply
No.
with. No.
no. The whole idea of declassifying JFK assassination records within CIA was given this number. This number is not specific to any specific document. It's for the overall process of all of
Oh,
the records.
So
and
every
complying-
document, every CIA document would have this number, this 80.
Pretty much, yeah.
Oh, okay. It's not unique to a document. Okay.
No,
Hey, Larry, scroll down just to where you have the 1993 number at.
Yeah.
And Joe, tell me if I'm wrong about this, but this is what I was told by NARA. On the 1993, you'll see the 0804, that's the month, day, and then the 14/18/56 is the actual time, like 14 would be.
Yeah, I think that could be right. Yeah.
2/18/56.
It's in August of 93.
Yeah, it'd be
The
August
last review,
4th,
this is part of
1993.
the first release. So yeah, that's August 4th, 1993. And then you see
And
four.
the time would be 2/18/56 because it was done by computer when they were going to actually, every time they open up a document and released it,
Yep,
the
I can believe
timing
that.
is the exact same time. Then the 150060.
Yeah. It's like they had an atomic clock with them.
Yeah, it is. That well, it was. Believe it or not, that for what Nora told me, because I asked him, I said, "What the hell does all these numbers mean?" She goes, "Well, it's actually pretty simple." She goes, "Look at the year," and then she goes, "The month, the date is right next to it," and she goes, "It's different than what you would see, like reading month, day, year, but in their system, it's year, month, day." And then the three sets of numbers next is the time that document was processed.
Oh my
And then the
God.
final number is what number that was in the amount of documents they're working on. She said what she thought was, it was that, and if I remember what she said, because it was years ago when I asked her, is that's how many documents they processed either during the month of August, or it was during that day or something. The number that's at the very end, the last 6 digits, is how many documents that is. That they
Wow.
processed.
Wow.
So that's probably how many CIA records were released in August of 93.
Right.
At
So, I mean,
150060.
when
Yep.
people see that, it's not like looking at a book in a library, the decimal
Yeah.
system. You're actually looking at, you want to trace it down. You've got the year, the month, the day, the time.
Yep.
And I don't know what the F23 is, if that's the group that was doing it or the person that handled that.
Right.
Something,
No idea.
there's somewhere in there, it tells who handled that document in the number.
Yeah, that could be a code for some staffer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. And JFK 12?
No idea.
I don't know. But
Interesting.
that kind of helps you read a little bit more about how the 1993 or how the original dump happened. If you see that long code and wonder what the hell are all these numbers for, it's when you look at it, it looks pretty self-explanatory until, I asked, I said, am I looking at day and time? She goes, yeah, it's exactly what you're looking at. So.
And here's what I was referring to about wish record. I assume this is company.
Chief of station.
Oh, chief of station present at meeting with chief, and I assume this is Warren.
Yeah, chief of station.
And what is,
that would be Win Scott.
okay, and what's PBS wing? Is that Earl Warren?
PBS.
Yeah, PBS wing.
Under the 7, you see it?
Yeah, see, he says chief PBS wing. Maybe that's the Warren, I don't know, and commission staffers. So it's got to be someone on the Warren Commission. When in response to farmers' anxiety regarding repercussions from public airing Kubrick facilities, Mexico, Mr. Coleman assured.
If it involves Mexico City, just talk to Jeff Morley about Vince Scott because he wrote a book about him.
I know, but saying that Mr. Coleman assured that all items in report would have prior approval of Kubrick.
Right. Kubark is the CIA.
Right.
So if the photographs of the Mexico City mystery man were revealed in total, you could tell where the camera was on the viewpoint.
Oh,
So
I've got
figure out
information. I've got information on that. I've got documents.
But I mean, this is but the statement shows that the CIA was essentially having editing or censorship over the Warren Commission.
Well, they're talking about retouching the photo.
Yeah, no, but this is all items in report.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I get the because I have a different version of that document that was
Okay, I'll stop sharing.
okay, because this document just keeps giving and giving. Let me see if
Great find. This is just one document that was released in that time period, huh? Amazing.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna show now. Let me get here.
If I tell you how many documents
Here
I
it is.
have on Mexico
Okay,
City.
I'm at the Mary Farrell right now.
Yeah.
And this is page 1. Okay, so there is no cover page here. Okay, but this is the
There is.
this is the entire.
Larry, can I interrupt for a second? If you do a riff search, if you scroll down a bit, So you go up to the top
Yeah,
of the.
right here, riff.
Yeah, no. Keep coming. Yeah, keep coming. If you see this, the riff number.
Yeah, here in the corner up here.
Yeah, but if you take that riff number and put it in the riff search into Mary Farrell, it'll give you like 3 different choices
Yes.
Right.
to
Right,
get to
version.
this document. So that tells you it was released 3 different ways and 3 different times.
Oh.
And if you go through each version of those 3 choices on this particular one, this is what was released, the latest release of this.
This
Which
this
was
is
in
here, up
2017,
here.
November 9th,
That's right,
2017.
right
See it up
Right.
there? So
right.
but if you go to the other versions of this, you will see the proper riff page that we were looking at earlier.
And you'll see redactions also.
Yes,
Okay, so this one is the entire document without any redactions.
right. And without the proper riff page.
That's right, and without
Yeah.
the riff page, okay? So this is the one that I've been working from, okay? And it's just amazing, you know, the information here. And only 3 pages there, it's just mind-boggling.
I mean, the amount of Mexico City stuff I've got, it'll make you sick. It'll make
Oh, yeah,
you
it's,
absolutely
I barf
sick.
every day. I barf every day about that shit.
I mean, I had to make subfolders in the FBI and the CIA just to put Mexico City down because the amount of reports going backwards and forwards and stuff like that. Malcolm called it a swamp. That's not a bad description of the whole thing, but I'll tell you one thing though. One thing sure, Oswald never went to fucking Mexico City.
I agree 100%.
Not even to Laredo. Laredo, right? If you look at all the passengers, all the passengers and all that from the bus, now one of them can remember Oswald being in there whatsoever. They have nothing to say that incriminates Oswald as being in that bus whatsoever.
Right. That's right. And all the evidence is contrived, made up. All the witnesses were peasants. You know, forget it. 100%. I agree. He cannot go to Mexico.
So I send it all to David Josephs, and I said, you know, because he's working on a piece, and he's been on it already for like 2 years.
Now, was he impersonated? 100% agree on that.
That I don't know. I don't care about that. But I know that Oswald wasn't there. That's the simplest thing.
He was
impersonating
impersonating in person and on the phone.
Everything else is a total sideshow. So
On the issue of the impersonation, Larry Rivera, that's in the J. Edgar Hoover brings that up.
Yep.
As something that was puzzling to J. Edgar Hoover. It's like the 24th. I want to say the 23rd even.
Yeah, the 23rd. The morning he's meeting with LBJ in the morning.
Yeah, I think it's a phone call. And
no, he's in person.
Was it in person?
Well, there is a phone call, and he's actually
him and
in person.
With him and McCone.
But in any case, Hoover says to LBJ, there's one thing that's troubling here, which is it looks like somebody's impersonating Oswald.
Yeah.
At the embassy. And he also says, and I know there's a cover story for this, but he says that a couple of our agents who
exactly
heard Oswald speak say that's not Oswald on a tape.
That's right. And Tarasov's, the translators, Boris and Anna, said, no, that's not him. Forget it. You know, we could, and even at the HSCA, you know, they said that wasn't him. You know, I cannot
Hoover
attest
was
to this.
onto that angle that early.
Yeah.
And of course, McAdams has always, you know, his response to this was always that there was never any tapes, that this was a mistake, that Hoover was misunderstanding.
Yeah. Where did McAdams get that idea? From Phillips, who was probably lying about it when he said, oh no, our equipment ran out of tape and we destroy it routinely and on with different excuses.
He had some kind of he backed up, you know, like he does all the time. He backed up that statement.
Yeah. So to me, that's a complete red herring. And the fact that Hoover's talking with LBJ about Oswald being impersonated in Mexico City that early is interesting. Now, Hoover does make gross errors in the same conversation where he says that as the car was driving toward the book depository, Kennedy was shot in the throat from the front by, you know, he's thinking it's Lee Oswald. But I mean, that's how far they were from the actual facts and how much important the Zapruder film is.
Right.
You know where that came from? That came from a Life article. What was the name of the author?
Mandel.
Hold on, I have it here somewhere.
This is Hoover talking to LBJ.
Yeah.
And he's completely wrong about the shooting per se, but he's onto this thing about Oswald being impersonated.
Hoover was obsessed with anybody impersonating anybody. That was his number one thing that irked him the most.
Well, in fact, didn't Hoover say in as early as, I want to say 1960,
Yes,
there was somebody using
Yeah,
Lee Harvey
his
Oswald's
passport.
name?
Passport.
And they contacted maybe Oswald's mother in that regard. But that's in a letter.
Yeah, that was at the Jeep facility. Someone was trying to buy a Jeep or something.
Well, Jeeps for Castro, so to speak.
Yeah, but it was like someone was visiting an auto dealership or something.
Yeah.
And they were using Oswald's name.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's interesting, David, that you tried to end this an hour ago.
Well,
Yeah.
well, I tell you what, Bruce DeTorres just put this up in the chat section. I just brought it up. I do want to talk about, because we talked about it earlier, about bringing light to what we're doing, and also records releases and everything. Oliver Stone's new film, which is JFK
revisited.
Through the Looking Glass. Looks like November 12th, which is actually the day before our one-day conference is going to be released on Showtime. And I don't know.
Beautiful.
I've got Showtime, and usually you don't have to pay anything extra. But if you don't have Showtime, you might want to get it. There's usually a 7-day or 30-day, free that you can get into.
Yeah.
Or if you have Paramount Plus, I know that you can bundle Showtime together, which is what I did. But I will definitely be watching that. That's my thing I'll be doing on Friday, the 12th, and then we'll be discussing that on the 13th. So anybody gets a chance to see it, please do, because we know what the movie JFK did for the research community and starting the Records Act. Let's find out if the new movie can, the new documentary can help start pushing things, for us as well.
So that's why we need to have this platform up and running. And if there's a way that we could get Jim or someone to mention it so that when people see the movie, they will know where to go.
Yeah.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to rip
What are
it
you
the
gonna
next
do?
morning. So I'll just rip it and share it, whoever wants it.
Did it say anything about it being in theaters?
From what I saw, the company that I don't know, I know they were, it's overseas is I guess who it was sold to, and then they were going to be showing it overseas. Now overseas where, I don't know, but Altitude, I think it was called Altitude, was the company that
It's a
got the rights
London-based
to it.
company.
Yeah, I can't imagine if they're going to show it on Showtime that there's going to be any market to show it in theaters, because
Yeah, I
the
think
other way around.
Paul Mandel.
I don't think
and
there's a market
Showtime's
for
got
this
great
stuff anymore.
documentaries. So definitely, like I say, I'll be tuning in on Friday, and hopefully it will, appear in the playlist.
I hope they stream it, because that's what you need. You want to reach an audience, you stream it. What us old timers do, this, that, and the other, still messing around with. Some of you are still messing around with DVDs and think it's the latest technology and I mean, it's moved on. And the thing is, the trick is to reach people outside this small, ever decreasing circle of people active in this. It's find the 20-somethings and captivate them, because if they're not, you're not gonna make it. It might possibly well be that whole documentary is gonna be, I don't want it to be, but it could be a total fluke, right? Because the young people simply don't give a toss about it and just leave it for what it is. It's a really really scary possibility.
Well, we're still waiting for the Parkland doctors to come out. That was supposed to be out, in 20.
Oh, hey, Hey, okay, if we're talking about delayed releases, I'm still waiting for the goddamn commission. Yeah, but I'd like to see the 10-hour version of it. Okay, that's already been waiting for that since 2005.
Who has the rights on that one?
Mark Sobel, the director.
Oh, he should kind of, okay. By the way,
Hey,
Bart,
Bart.
And he doesn't let go. He doesn't let go.
Hey Bart, it's Neil. Have you got
Oh, yeah.
Amazon Prime? Because Showtime, you can subscribe for free for 7 days on Amazon Prime if you got it.
yeah.
Yeah, there's
Well, let me-
multiple.
let me,
I need
uh,
to see Umbrella Man. That's what I want to see. The documentary. There's a documentary on Amazon that's called The Umbrella Man.
Well, actually, the Umbrella Man, it's not a documentary. I've seen it. The Umbrella Man
It's
is
a
actually
movie.
it's a movie. And believe it or not, I mean, I didn't know what the hell to expect, but it was one of those ones that it's a thinking piece. If you've not seen the Umbrella Man on Showtime or Amazon Prime, watch it because it will make you think about a lot of things, especially guys like us, you know. So
Yeah, I want to see that.
a little tongue in cheek, you'll sit there and go, oh shit, okay, that was me about 20, 25 years ago. So but
Yeah,
definitely-
wasn't didn't that TV show with I can't remember the name of it now, that had that there was a recurring character, the Umbrella Man, in it.
Oh, you're talking about
The X-Files?
X-Files, yes. Yeah.
Hey, David,
I
David,
want to
I don't want to go
believe.
there. I don't want to go there.
Andrew just popped up and said about the Umbrella Academy. The Umbrella Academy on season 2 is that's where they brought in the Umbrella Man. Now, what I do like about that is the Umbrella Academy is based towards late teens, early 20 somethings. So I mean, thanks to Hollywood, I mean it's keeping the JFK assassination in the spotlight, so to speak, for those that want to view it. Now I'll tell you what, the Umbrella Academy season 2, yeah, that put it out there front and center. And the funny thing about it is the rifle that they use in the Umbrella Academy is the same one that I used in my presentation ever since I brought it out in like 2016, 2017. And it was weird because I had no idea that they were gonna actually use that in the series. And I'm looking, I'm like, holy shit. Okay, that's the same rifle I showed. I'm sitting there going, okay, either they thought about it or maybe they happened to hear about what the hell I was working on. I don't know. I'm just saying, but I brought the shit out first. So it wasn't the Umbrella Academy. I got to throw that out there.
It was so hard for me to follow that because I didn't follow the first season. I was just following that one, those couple episodes.
Yeah. Well, and they do the whole series of season 2. The whole season 2 is nothing but, Dallas.
Really?
Time. Yeah. If you only watched a couple episodes, the whole season deals with nothing but Dallas, the timeline, 1960s, and the JFK assassination.
Wow.
here's that that Life magazine article from 12/7/63 that somebody was talking about earlier about the president turning around to the sniper's nest. Here's the exact Paul Mandel, Life magazine. Obviously, the Booths were deeply into the cover up. They had the Z film at this point. And here where they go. Hence the recurring guess that there was a second sniper somewhere else. But the 8mm film shows the president turning his body far around to the right as he waves to someone in the crowd. His throat is exposed towards the sniper's nest just before he clutches it.
So that's ridiculous, right?
The biggest bunch of horse shit I've ever seen.
Well, because no one saw the Zapruder film. They could say anything they wanted.
Exactly.
Well,
So-
that's why Hoover was so wrong in his conversation with LBJ, but he was right about the impersonation issue.
Well, that would make sense because he would have more direct information about Mexico City than he would about the Zapruder film. I mean,
Oh, he hadn't seen the Zapruder film.
Yeah.
But he had talked, or either he or one of his henchmen had spoken with the FBI agents who had listened to the tapes from Mexico City and said, that's not Oswald.
He had direct knowledge from
Yeah.
the people that listened to the tape. And wasn't that wasn't it the translators who said that the person spoke terrible Russian but good Spanish? Which was
Well,
the
I mean,
opposite of
maybe-
Yeah, well, he was
Hoover got it
described as
from-
speaking broken Russian, kind of.
broken Russian,
Yeah.
but he could speak
Fluent in
Spanish,
Spanish.
fluent in Spanish, but that was the opposite of Oswald.
Just to throw a funny one out there, maybe Hoover was listening to Dan Rather about, his description of, his throat being turned all the way around to, give Oswald a shot. I mean, holy shit.
But my
again,
recollection
That was
is,
the article from Life magazine was suggesting that he was turned around far enough that he
right,
could have been hit in the front of his body from a shot from the sniper's nest,
Right.
which is totally insane.
Right.
Mandel died 2 years later.
my recollection is that,
Pays to
there are,
lie.
yeah. My recollection is that there is some minutes of that conversation between LBJ and Hoover, which are unavailable.
Well, now I think that's the one with the so-called 17 and a half minute gapper. That's Rex who wrote about that very cogently. I'm not sure if it's that very conversation or not.
I believe it was the one of the conversations that day. 17, you mean, so it's the same amount as Nixon's?
No, I was just going
Longer,
to say Nixon,
longer.
and Nixon was around the time of the assassination. So what the hell? Maybe, history does repeat itself, doesn't it?
Where was Mrs. Mary Woods? What her name was?
Well, was there a Watergate in Dallas? Because I only remember about the one in up north, not a Watergate in Dallas, but
It sounds like the conversation's going on a little too long here.
Yeah.
It's scraping the bottom of the barrel.
This is the water cooler portion of the discussion that you
Yeah,
were referring to.
that's right.
Nothing wrong with that.
Bring out your beverage and sit back and enjoy the
I
show.
mean, we do that at Dealey Plaza. We meet an hour before we have the speaker on, so we're already yakking away for an hour at least, and then the speaker comes on, and then whoever wants to hang around, and then at some point it's like, right, okay, I've had enough of running this, so shut it down. And it always lasts longer than as thought, but it's the way it is, and people don't mind it. I mean, this whole Zoom thing is just starting to lead its own life anyway, since this whole COVID stuff. I mean, before COVID, no one gave a toss about Zoom.
A toss, you said?
A toss.
A toss.
Yeah, no one give a toss.
It's like,
TOSS.
Yeah.
and what does that mean in Britain?
It's like not giving a fuck. It's like, don't give a toss.
I don't give a damn.
Oh,
It's like,
boom.
I don't give a
toss. Give a toss.
So
Okay,
that's what you said. I don't give a toss.
I'm developing a BART vocabulary list.
Wow.
Well, sometimes we're taking a piss when it comes to these meetings at the end, but
Taking a piss or taking a toss?
An American saying taking the piss. Now, that's a fucking liberty there, mate. I'll tell you.
So the British
That's a
expression
real
is
fucking liberty.
the British expression there is, it's not related to it, but it's taking the piss out of them is a different kind of expression in British in the UK.
Well, it makes making fun out of someone, or just
Yeah.
making fun of the situation, just
Yes,
disrespecting
yes.
whatever.
Taking the wind
It's
out
a
of his
negative thing.
sails.
If you say you're taking the piss, mate, it's like, are you disrespecting me or whatever you've been doing? Is it disrespectful?
Now, I don't want to culturally appropriate your culture. So is it proper to call it British, or is it some other term that we would use?
Well, there are colloquial British expressions that
I'm saying, but can we say British?
So-
Is it British, or is it some other, what do you guys call your language, your dialect? Well, actually, Bart is, what do you?
Oh, no.
Bart,
I'm
you're,
Dutch. I'm not
The
even
King's
English.
English.
You know what? That's the beauty. I'm Dutch. I'm not even English. So deal with that first of all. Yeah. Can you comprehend that? So,
Are you what? What'd you say? You're not
I'm
British,
from
you're
the
what?
Netherlands,
Oh, the Netherlands, Dutch. Oh, I see.
but I've lived in January. It will be 28 years ago that I moved to London.
I see.
Did you sneak in, or they let you in voluntarily?
When things were chill between the EU and
Yeah.
Britain, yes, that's when I
Okay.
came in. So
Before Brexit.
Now, Bart,
Yeah.
you'll get this joke, and I'm sorry Bill's not on at the moment, but Didn't he look a little bit like John Pertwee with, with straight hair today? You know who John Pertwee was, right?
John Quigley,
No, Pertwee. John
Pertwee, no.
He was the third Doctor on Doctor Who
Okay.
back in the day. And
All
if you you type in on Google search John Pertwee, Pertwee, and look at what Bill looked like today. If Bill would have had a little bit of a more curl to his hair, I was like, holy shit, that looks like. I was like, is that Bill Sempich or is that John Pertwee?
I don't even know I don't know who Doctor Who is.
Well,
What?
The TV show.
the funny thing
What?
about Doctor Who, I know
TV
but
show.
Here's a little quick trivia.
It's like saying what's
Doctor Who has
McDonald's? It's
Yeah,
like-
Doctor Who's been running since 1963. The very first showing
Exactly.
happened November 22nd, 1963. So
Really?
it shares
I never saw it.
a parallel with the Kennedy assassination.
Huh?
We've come full circle.
Yeah.
And there was actually a book out that was going to be turned into actually a screenplay, but it was actually just a book. It was called Doctor Who Killed Kennedy, and it's a time lord. It's a sci-fi show, and in the book, it's trying to go back and stop the Kennedy assassination.
Right.
And you fast forward to just a few years ago when Stephen King brought out 11/22/63. Well, hell, the Twilight Zone had a
Yes.
show called Profiles in Silver,
Yes.
which was about trying to stop the Kennedy
And
assassination.
that was supposed to be made into a movie, and
Yeah.
that never happened. I actually spoke to the guy that wrote the screenplay for that show.
So I love it when, and I like Stephen King. I'm not trashing him, but I love it when he goes, I had this vision in 1970 something. I'm like, after you watched Twilight Zone, or was it after you read the JFK book?
Yeah, maybe he had seen the Twilight Zone, but forgot that he had seen it. That's
Yeah.
possible. I guess.
And yet George Harrison gets sued for My Sweet Lord. Figure that out.
Yeah, no kidding.
Well, again, guys, we could go on forever, and
Thanks
I know
very
we've been
much.
going on.
And we
for
might
2.5
if you don't
hours, so-
stop us.
Yeah, I'm going to pull the reins here a little bit, but like I say, I think we had a great discussion today, and like always, I appreciate everybody that sticks around to the very end. Looks like there's only 12 of us. We start out with almost 40.
Well, I wanted to comment to Larry Rivera. Larry, thanks for sharing that cable, which was unredacted.
Thank you.
Very interesting, and I really appreciated the way Joe explained the classification of it and
Yes.
different iterations of it. That was very helpful. Thank
Well,
you.
don't forget that Larry's going to be speaking next Saturday night, so be sure to click on the projectjfk.com website, the events tab, and Larry's in, I think, the red box right below the black box we had for today. Click on the Eventbrite tab and be sure to sign up for your free e-ticket because you don't want to miss what he's going to be talking about next Saturday. It's going to be pretty exciting.
Larry
Patrick-
Rivera.
Larry Rivera.
Yeah,
Patrick, if you send me a PM with your email, I'll send you the non-redacted cable. No problem.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to reach you.
Yeah, through the chat. Just send me a private chat, or put it out
Okay.
for everyone, or put it for everyone. It doesn't matter.
Private chat that's Facebook though, isn't it?
Well,
No,
no, if you
no,
look
Go
at
to the
your
bottom bar of
screen-
your screen
Are
and
you
it's
on Zoom?
just chat.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just
Go down to
send
the
your-
bottom. See where it says
Yeah.
chat at the bottom?
Yeah, no, I've been in the
Double
chat
click
all
that.
day.
Well, you
So-
just click on Larry Rivera's name on the list where like it says to, and then you're going to see to everyone, or you can pick out Larry's
Yeah.
direct
Do a
Let me
drop
find
down
direct
menu.
name, and
Larry's
then you can
post
send him a
here.
message.
Yeah, I'll be glad to send you the document. No problem.
Yeah, that's great because I want to be sure that Bill and Jeff have a completely unredacted copy.
Mhm.
They're really two top guys on Mexico City,
So-
two of the top guys in my
That
opinion.
raised the question, has anyone actually comprehensively gone through the complete release from that time period and updated us on what, I mean, like what was disclosed?
Been doing it for 4 years,
But Mexico City?
Yeah, no, just,
and I'm still
on,
not
on
done.
everything.
Yeah,
right. Has anyone done?
I don't think it's been comprehensively done because
No.
they take all these pieces of the puzzle and just chuck them out there.
Right. But
And
I say
people
no
are
one
like trying to put them together.
No one has done an article like definitively discussing what was released in the last dump.
No.
No.
That seems like a good article also.
Yeah.
All right, well, thanks very much, everybody.
Okay,
All right.
Ciao.
enjoy the
We're gonna
World
go
Series
ahead,
tonight.
We're going to close the meeting this month, and we're going to see everybody again, like I say, next Saturday. And don't forget about the 13th. And anybody that wants to speak, email me projectjfk@yahoo.com, and I'll make sure you've got a speaking spot on the 13th.
And
So,
contact your congresspersons and senators.
absolutely, and
Alright.
check and be sure to check the
Don't
blog section,
forget.
because the PDF that Larry is going to draft up for us will be in his section, so you'll be able to use that and personalize it to your
I'll work on that tonight. I'll send it to David tomorrow. So don't look for it until, Monday or something.
And that
there'll be-
that section's just called blog.
Yeah, just click on the blog, and the very first
Oh, I know.
section pops up is Larry Snaff.
Okay.
So when you're at the top, it's the fifth one from the left. It just says blog, and then it says information from Larry Snaff.
Okay.
Okay, guys.
Thanks very much.
Yep.
Take
Have a
care
good
now.
night.
Thank you.
Bye.
Everybody stay safe, stay well, and we will see you next Saturday.
That's right.
Have a good one, guys.
Bye, all.
Yeah, how many are hanging?